1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
In March of 1770, British soldiers marched into the city of Boston, and the colonists were not in a good mood. And so some things happened, some heckling happened, some rocks were thrown, and ultimately some shots were fired, leaving many colonists dead, and this event would go down in history, at least in American history, infamously as the Boston Massacre. Hundreds of years later, diplomacy players are also committing a massacre this weekend, but muskets are a bit old hat for their purposes. They prefer to massacre their targets by stabbing, if you get my drift. And this weekend, once again, one of the longest-running tournaments in North America has reconvened in the city of Boston to give us 3 rounds of wonderful diplomacy action. I'm your host, Patrick Jacobson, and today I am joined by a wonderful cast of commentators who will help us navigate this perilous environment that we find ourselves in and make sure that we don't get massacred ourselves. Joining me from his perch in Raleigh, North Carolina, the architect of DixieCon, the longest-running tournament in North America, and prolific hobby luminary, David Hood. Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen.
Patrick, but I don't live in Raleigh. That's my twin brother that lives in Raleigh. I live in Hickory.
Fine, if you want to be specific about it. The Raleigh area. And, of course, from York in the UK, which is not a specific city, so Isaac can't correct me on that. The VDL Commissioner, Isaac Jukes.
York is a specific city and also no longer where I live, so you're wrong on 2 counts.
Oh, my God. I am dropping the ball already.
0 for 2. But get Darcy. Come on, get Darcy.
Joining us from Canberra, Australia, a man who... who's barely a man because he's still in college, but we forgive him for that. And we also forgive him for all of the antics he pulls because he's just that lovable. It's Darcy Morris.
Yes, you're right on that front, at least. I am still in Canberra. However much it's boring and nothing happens here, diplomacy is one of the only things that does happen.
It's funny. That's the hardest one to get because you're the one who moves around the most out of everybody here.
That's true. That is true. But
anyway,
no, I'm looking forward to this tournament. It's a tournament that I always like the smaller ones. I think it's a lot more localized. People that might not go to tournaments elsewhere. It's always got a cool little niche that I'm excited to see what happens this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the smaller tournaments in North America, but it's got a very consistent following, a strong local club. So we're going to get to see a lot of those players who maybe don't get featured on DBN as often, but are still very much regular players. So with that, we have 6 boards to cover today across 3 rounds. We are using the Carnheck scoring system. For those of you unaware, that's a variant of Carnage scoring, which essentially means top the board, nothing else matters. Don't really care about the gap. Just make sure you are in first place and everyone else is not.
In a North American tournament? It's never been done before.
Well, Dave Beletsky did it once, and now it seems to be a trend. So let's quickly go over to the schedule of upcoming events before we get into the tournament itself, since there's plenty more to enjoy coming up in the global diplomacy hobby. First off, David, I believe we have some amazing events coming up in the month of October for especially those in the eastern part of the country.
Yes, we do have some events in October. That first weekend in October, we have 2 different events. We've got Weasel Mood in Chicago, And we've got the European Diplomacy Championship in the UK in Chesterfield, which is the first time that the EDC has been in Britain in some time. So I think that's going to be an exciting, very exciting event. Weaselmoot, of course, is where next year's World DipCon is going to be. So this is a little bit of a precursor warm-up. Weaselmoot for 2026 will be for Weaselmoot 2027, i.e. World DipCon. 2 weeks after that is the Carnage event in Vermont. We'll probably see many of the same players in Carnage that we will in this coverage today in Boston Massacre because it's so close. So they're both in New England, and they share a lot of the same players. So the Carnage event 2026, which as many people will remember was also DipCon in 2021 and World DipCon in 2022. So we've got those events to look forward to in North America, but gosh, do we have events in other parts of the world as well in both September and October?
Certainly do. And Isaac, speaking of the EDC coming up in Chesterfield, why should everyone come to that if they're able to? And what else is going on in Europe soon?
Well, everyone should come to EDC because it's a major tournament. You got to collect them all. You got to go to all of them at least once. And for North American players, this is probably as close as it's going to get to you. This is when the flight time is going to be the lowest. Come and play. You can have more diplomacy time and less time trying to cross the ocean. Do it. You know you want to come. You can go to Chicago next year. They've already got Worlds. Come to us instead.
Yes, the flights are the shortest. He's technically correct. The best kind of correct. And Darcy, what else is going on, not just in your neck of the woods in Australia, but also in the virtual world later this month?
Yes, so we have Snake Pit, which is the Australian Asia Pacific area virtual league that's being held on the 29th of August. Those have 2 rounds, one on Saturday and one on Sunday. Both rounds are relatively easy to access for non-Asia Pacific people. At least one round is, and that league usually happens at the end of every month. So try and catch that if you can. In the face-to-face scene, we have the Flying Fox Fandango, which seems to be on the most popular weekend of the diplomacy calendar that I can remember, as it joins Carnage and Hextechen both on the 17th and 18th of October. So the whole diplomacy world can unite under face-to-face tournament play with Flying Fox Fandango happening in Melbourne. It will probably be the highest attended tournament in Australia this year, with Melbourne going from strength to strength in player base and Canberra bringing its usual 2 boards worth of players. Means that it should be able to hit a pretty high 40 plus number of people. So it should be very fun. It's run by Zoe Cameron, which means it's going to be even more fun, which means everyone has to come along. And then later in November, we finish with our national championship happening in Canberra on the 20th of November through to the 22nd. I've heard rumblings from international players that they could potentially be looking at coming to the Australian Open to get a little bit of a sneak peek into the Australian competitive scene before we host WDC in 2028. So we're looking at not just Asia Pacific players, but come along if you can make the trip, even if you're international.
Yep, iron sharpens iron, and of course, meeting new friends is always a bonus when you come to these tournaments. So go off to a faraway land and have some fun. It's always a wonderful time, no matter what part of the world you're in.
2 other quick tournaments we need to shout out quickly. The first weekend of September is the Swiss Championship in Sierre. And then first weekend of November, you've got the Dutch Masters, which is a new tournament that's starting up with Yelta and Micah in charge. So
I believe
lots of opportunities this fall. Yeah, lots of opportunities to play this fall for anybody, anywhere.
I think there's also a tournament in the 3rd week of November out of Verona being organized by Alex. So if you've been looking for that excuse to go to Italy, here it is.
Yep. And of course, if you want more information about any of these tournaments, you can head over to this webpage, diplobn.com/schedule. We don't have the Fandango on there right now, but we'll make sure to fix that soon. And on there, you can find any pertinent info about who to contact and what Discord servers or websites to go to for more info. So come make it out if you can. It's going to be great. So as we transition into the tournament itself, as I said before, the scoring system is Carnhick, which is really just a top-based system in the more European fashion than usual for North American tournaments, as Isaac shouted out. The other thing is the end dates of these boards. Alex Maslow, the prolific tournament director, has said that there are, quote, defined time limits for round 1 and 2, which are when we're kicked out of the venue. So my understanding is that there is not a set year that he has selected and everyone knows about. It's just, I don't know what their game store's policy is in terms of how late they can go. If they close at a specific time and everyone's aware of that, or if it's more variable. So we'll have to see that as we go into the games. So last thing before we do, in terms of players that were in the DBNI standings, I believe this is still from last year. I'm not 100% positive, but either way, only 3 players registered from the DBNI standings as of right now that are at this tournament. They're all fairly recognizable names, though. David, I believe you've at least played with all of them once or twice.
Oh, yes, and I've actually interviewed them all before. Aurora actually, I think, came in second either last year or the year before
Second last year.
Yeah.
She did, yep.
Yep. And Ian was in the running at DipCon this year in Denver just a few weeks ago. He was up in the top several and got interviewed right here on DBN. Rob O'Brien won the inaugural BlazeCon back in January in Baltimore. In addition to being a very prolific online player, he goes by the name Varmint online. And this is basically a local tournament for Rob, too. He lives in Connecticut. So it's great to see all 3 of these players here.
Yeah, I believe I saw that Rob was driving home, but still watching the stream regardless, so he's not able to chat at the moment. But we really appreciate you being here, Rob. I think you'll enjoy the coverage. Now, as we get into the first board, we're going to give Darcy a break first, and we'll see you in a bit.
Patrick, do you want me to talk just a second about the history of the Boston Massacre?
Yes, that'd be great, David.
Boston Massacre is one of the longest running events, frankly, in the world, certainly in North America. It really started as something called the Diplomatic Incident back in 1999. And eventually, in about, I think, 2003 or so, changed its name to Boston Massacre. And it has not run every year since then, but it has run most years since then. And it has had a number of different tournament directors, number of different venues. Where it plays right now is at the Pandemonium Books and Games in Cambridge, of course, very near to Boston. I think from a hobby history point of view, Boston Massacre is pretty important because during the virtual era, the first tournament that we did virtually was DixieCon, but we really didn't do it the way we do virtual face-to-face now with Discord voice channels and stuff. That really started with Boston, with Randy Lawrence Hurt running Boston Massacre in June of 2020. Tanya Gill winning that event and sort of launching her very successful tournament career there in the early part of the pandemic. And so I would argue that Boston Massacre is where virtual face-to-face really started. So that is a piece of hobby history that I think everyone should appreciate.
The Diplomatic Incident is a really awesome name for a tournament. I'm kind of sad they didn't keep that now. Regardless, let's head into round 1, board A. And here in Austria, we have New York native Peter Cook. In England, the aforementioned Rob O'Brien. In France, former winner of this tournament, John Bin. In Germany, Josh Benedict. In Italy, Ian Rudnick, another local player. In Russia, April Mihailovich, also a local. And in Turkey, Mike Yablon, an unfamiliar name to us. But Isaac, what are you looking out for on this board to start out?
I'm interested in the mix of newer and older players. You've got some sort of very established players like Rob, like Ian, like John, meshing with some players who've been around for less time. Like I know Peter's been doing well, but hasn't played for as long. And I think, I could be remembering wrong, but I think April's been to a few things. Certainly, I vaguely remember the name from the Diplo Rats tournament. So it's interesting that trend of like people who've played a bit, people who've played a lot, and potentially even some people who've never played for the game before.
Peter just ran that New York Diplo Rats tournament in July, that inaugural tournament in Brooklyn. And actually, Peter will be the featured interview this month on Deadline here on DBN.
Yep, Peter's one of those guys who's really just jumped into the hobby and gotten involved in it in all facets and done really well. You don't get a lot of guys like that, so really well done for him. And I'm excited to see him on this board as well. So, wrong game. There we go. David, we'll put you onto the odd years. Isaac onto the evens, but of course, go ahead and interject if you have anything interesting to add. We have only 6 boards, so we can kind of luxuriate in them a bit more. Spring of 1901.
Well, let's luxuriate in the fact that there's nobody in Galicia. That is, we actually saw that last night in one of the games. And I believe McCullough at the time said that is a moveset that is correlated with either very good success for Austria or total disaster for Austria, nothing in between. So we'll see which way it goes here. Moscow holding is a little bit interesting. You don't see that as much where they're committing. You would, of course, where you're going to Ukraine from Warsaw. Let's see, what else do we have here? The standard German openings. We've got the English Churchill opening with the army going to Edinburgh, so giving yourself an option to convoy through either fleet. Looks like Italy loan possibility here with going to Trieste but not following up to Venice. And we've got what people refer to as the old school Turkish opening with the 2 armies moving up and the fleet bouncing in the Black Sea.
Yeah, just be careful with that opening to Trieste. It can be a loan. It's also a great way to start an IT. So if you're Austria, that's not always friendly, and sometimes you might want to ask Italy to wait until fall.
The question is, what happens in Greece, right? That's the question.
Yeah,
we'll find out.
That is the question.
Exactly. And of course,
I missed the fact that St. Pete went to Finland. There was an article in Diplomacy World decades ago about why one might want to go to Finland. It's basically a diplomatic play to the Germans, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Do you find that works out more often than not, David, or?
No, I actually call it the Finland fallacy. I think I actually wrote a letter to Diplomacy World saying this is a Finland fallacy. There's no good reason for it, but we'll see.
Yeah. That's been my experience as well. And of course, because Michalis Kamaridis is not here, I must take up his contractual obligation to mention that this Austrian opening has both the highest board top share and the highest elimination rate out of any Austrian opening that exists. So
I've heard that somewhere before. Very
boom or bust. Yeah, we don't bring it up that often, but sometimes. Into fall of 1901, David, what happens with Greece?
Come on, Greece. Come on, Greece. Come on, Greece. All right. So it is real. It's actually an Italy loan. I mean, a Trieste loan, because the Italians go to Aegean, which is even easier to pull off when you do the old-fashioned opening, and the Turkish fleet hasn't moved to Caen. So you go to the Aegean. Doesn't just bounce the Turks; it's actually in the Aegean. Supporting to Greece there is Peter. Peter is putting the Romanian. Yeah, we haven't gotten to the West yet, but it's a good thing. We'll leave that as foreshadowing. But I think it's interesting that the Russians have put the fleet in Romania. This is very air looking, right? Even though the Turks have gotten into the Black Sea, the fleet going in there with support of the Austrians and the Italians already being in the Aegean. This may not be a very long game for Mike in Turkey. All right, in the West, yes, we have Burgundy snagging Munich, which does not happen very much in today's meta of the game. It used to be more prevalent back in the day. But the Germans do take both Low Countries and Denmark, so they're still going to build 2. So it's not as if this may actually even be arranged. There's an argument. There's a way that you can work this alliance with the FG where the French army actually goes through Munich on its way further south or east. So it's possible that that's what's going on here, because the English moves certainly look Tripoli, right? And the French fleet going to the south coast of Spain looks a little Tripoli. So I wonder if we're about to see the dreaded Western Triple.
I personally hold the opinion that if this isn't arranged, then it's a mistake from France, because you've immediately angered Germany and, more importantly, caused Germany to probably build 2 armies, which means that what you've done is you've effectively left all of the decision-making in the West to England, who is already going to be advantaged if you were going for a Western Triple direction. So
it's a way to get the other army in play is the argument. To get the French army in play. Otherwise, it's kind of behind the lines. It can't be used.
If this is a Western Triple arrangement, it makes total sense. I'm saying if this isn't arranged, I don't.
I see.
Yeah. So with that, we have 3 builds for France, unusual if it is a Western triple, but not unheard of. 1 for England, 2 for Germany and Russia, 1 each for Austria, Italy, and Turkey. Now, Isaac, you just mentioned how if this isn't arranged, it's a mistake for France. But let's say you are France and you have arranged this, and Germany thinks there's going to be a Western triple now, and that army's going to do whatever he wants. Would you follow through on that, or would you rather use this as a springboard to get the drop on him?
I mean, I think you can do it either way. Like, you're in Belgium, is so long as you can get England to not build a fleet. It's tricky. You have to get England to somehow justify not building a fleet in Edinburgh, because you just can't move by yourself against a France who's gone up 3. You just don't have the units for it, especially when they're already in Munich. So I think it depends entirely on the English builds on what you can achieve.
Rob is saying in the comments that Munich is arranged, which makes the most sense under this scenario for that to be arranged. And again, the idea is to put that French army in use in a way that it's hard to do without moving it through Munich like this. Well, we'll see. See how long the arrangement lasts, too.
Yeah.
And then moving to the other side of the board, David, it seems like usually when the fleet's put into Romania, especially with Austrian support, the plan is usually to build something in Sevastopol to get more of an iron grip on Turkey. But with this pressure coming from the north, potentially a Western triple, if you're Russia, do you follow through on that Sevastopol build, or do you feel the need to cover yourself in Warsaw and St. Pete?
This is always a question when you're facing a Western triple. Do you let Turkey alone, or do you go try to kill Turkey quickly and use the builds to defend against the Western triple that way? It's an interesting question that just sort of depends. The fact that the Turks got into the Black Sea is actually not great. There was an argument that you put the army in Romania anyway if you're really going to air the Turks and bounce them in Black Sea so they're not in the Black Sea. Does this force the Russians to build a second fleet to kick the Turks out? I hope not, because that's really an inefficient build when you're trying to deal with potentially a Western triple. So this might be a situation where you do cut a deal with the Turks and just turn around and hope that the Turks don't eat you from behind, and that we'll just have to see which way it goes. But that is always the question when you're facing what looks like a Western triple. Do you go and kill the Turks, who can't really help you against the triple, or do you just try to leave them alone and hope that they don't eat you from behind?
The other thing you can potentially try and do in this position is the same thing, but in reverse. You try and cut a deal with the English, and you say, hey, just take St. Petersburg with the fleet, and then you can go bother Germany or France. You have plenty of play in the West.
Yeah, I even have a fleet in Sweden that can help you out with that, of course. But in terms of which approach Russia takes, there's really only one way to find out what it is. And it's the rare double fleet build from Russia in 01. St. Petersburg South Coast and Sevastopol both go down, along with Army Vienna, Fleet Naples, Fleet Smyrna, and then 2 armies from Germany, an army from England, and 2 armies and a fleet from France. I mean, I mentioned it's rare for Russia to build 2 fleets in 01. Is there a reason for that?
Yes. These fleets are mostly offensive weapons at this part of the game. They're not defensive weapons. And the army in St. Pete would have been a little more flexible on defense. It can go to Finland and still touch Norway, that sort of thing. So the fleet is an interesting build. It may be a gambit, as Isaac was talking about, where you say, all right, England, that's fine. Let me be your partner. My fleet's in the Baltic and in that area, and let's do something with the Germans. The fact that the Germans didn't build a second fleet is actually interesting. That's maybe what you do in a Western triple, sort of, but not really. Because you think that was even before you had 2 Russian fleets. Now you've got, because how are you going to get into the Baltic to continue on what you're doing? I guess in theory it doesn't matter because you could support to Sweden from using Norway. But the armies are an interesting choice. Both 2 armies are an interesting choice for the Germans.
Yeah.
As we've talked on DBN many times, it limits your flexibility going forward as the Germans.
The other issue is, even if you go through with that and you support yourself using Norway, Sweden can still retreat to Baltic, which touches 2 of your home centers and Denmark. So it creates a huge hole that you can't deal with.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's going to be a bit harder for Germany to get Sweden. There is a way to work it out, but there is some risk here with their approach. So let's see how that all pans
Now,
out in spring.
Mike building that fleet in Smyrna is interesting. That is obviously that is a pro-Russia build at a time that Russia was unfortunately building a second fleet to kick you out of Black Sea. So that build is a little unfortunate in which direction that Mike was going to try to defend.
Yeah. Of course, there is still time for Turkey to work something out here, as you mentioned. Perhaps he could still swing the east into the leave Turkey alone and defend approach. But either way, we'll find out in spring of 1902. Isaac.
So David went west to east to west, so I'll go west to east. We have the Western Triple continuing to Western Triple as there's a bounce in St. Pete, and England takes Scandinavia as Germany retakes Munich. France positions in the Med whilst also defending. Yeah, this is pretty standard stuff from the Western Triple. The interesting thing is that Holland and Belgium both just hold rather than progress forward. So clearly not full trust that France wasn't going to push up towards them, but enough to at least, well, no trust at all really to France actually, because they force Munich and they hold both of those units. So Josh is wary, which as Germany in a Western Triple is the correct state of being to have.
Yeah.
Yes, but wariness, you know what I'm going to say about 2 units holding, right? No.
Yeah, I do.
No. Unless there's no other thing for you to do. And what would have been a good thing to do here? Bounce in Ruhr, a self-bounce in Ruhr to make sure that if the French were not on your side, they couldn't retreat to Ruhr.
I'll do you one better. You set up a bounce in Burgundy. That army in Paris doesn't need to go to Gascony.
Yeah, I agree. But I'm saying if you're not trusting, then fine. At least do something with it. No holds, please. No holds.
Yeah. It's an unusual situation where both Rob and John have confirmed in the chat that Munich was arranged. It was, in fact, agreed between all of them. But that doesn't mean, if you're someone like Josh and you're surrounded by some very good, very perhaps sharky players, you can't still be nervous about it, even if you have agreed to it.
Well, it's a tempo problem, though. But Berlin should be in Prussia so that you'd have 2 units taking Warsaw. I mean, the fact that he's supporting himself into Munich and all that is a major tempo. I mean, that's really not Western Triple behavior. That is cagey, I don't know what's going on behavior, which is not the way the Western Triple beats the East, particularly when Austria and Italy really are moving. I mean, Italy has left the Aegean to go deal with the French.
This is kind of the problem you get. This is kind of the problem you get with the Western Triple is from the other side of the board is Italy's had to push back everything, which means they're probably not going to see a piece of Turkey. They're only just barely going to be able to get Tunis. And you end up with a real AR risk, actually, because Austria and Russia just go, okay, well, I guess we have to kill Turkey. So we'll take all the Turkish dots. And, Italy, you're just sitting there. We could take your dots next. Because Italy's just had to fully back out because of this pressure from France. Here's another army move. Here's another army holding in Ukraine. Don't do that. Support Romania just in case, or move to Sevastopol so that you can go into Armenia if you intend to continue to fight. Sitting in Ukraine, I understand the argument that you're worried about Warsaw. Well, fine, then support Romania just to be sure. In other words, if you've got time at all when you're writing your orders and you've got to hold, make sure there's nothing else you could do that would make more sense. Yeah. And if this is a newer thing, as in this is from being a newer player, because you can sometimes get overwhelmed as newer players. Piece of advice that I received very early on that I very much like is at the start of the game, before you communicate with any human being at all, just write down a set of orders, just so you've got something in.
Yep.
In fact, you can sometimes even be writing those orders in a face-to-face event while you're talking to somebody, because you can listen and write at the same time. Just time management is so important in a face-to-face event.
Yeah. It doesn't come naturally, though. It can be very difficult to manage all of that, those different tasks and ideas. So it's understandable, but regardless, April is still salvageable.
It's very interesting and arguably probably a bit of a mistake looking at it, by the way, that Peter went to Bulgaria from Greece rather than from Serbia. Because now you've got it's just awkward positioning. I think you'd rather have the army there than the fleet. The fleet's just kind of stuck now.
That's a good point. And you have to worry about Greece.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're in Bulgaria from the army, you don't have to worry about Serbia. Nobody can touch it.
Yeah.
Good point.
Perhaps it's slightly more defensive in case Italy was doing something strange, but with the pressure from France, you think that's unlikely. Regardless,
if Italy's doing something strange, that's an even stronger argument for you to not leave Greece.
Now, I think the real question here for the fall turn, does Ian just guarantee Tunis and leave Tyrrhenian open? I think maybe so, so that you could build in Naples with a fleet.
I think you have to in this position. Well, I think if you leave Tunis alone here, you're never getting it.
I think that's right, because there's a third French fleet coming.
There is a move set here that he could do, and I assume he set up for with the move from Apulia to Rome, where Ionian supports Tyrrhenian to protect that, and then convoys Rome to Tunis. That does have the risk of getting bounced, so he doesn't get the build, as mentioned. But if it does work, he has almost a complete line here all of a sudden. So perhaps that's a risk worth taking in Ian's mind. He's a pretty solid tactician, so I wouldn't be surprised if he went for that. Followed to
Let's
Isaac.
find out. He does, and he guesses. Well, yeah, it was a bad situation, no matter what he did. But he does not pick up Tunis. That's the big thing. You see the West makes no real progress, but you can see that tempo loss, right? There isn't that unit in Prussia slowing things down as England takes Sweden and Germany takes Munich back. So France will have a disband here, which is arguably a little concerning. If I'm France, I'm probably disbanding that army in Silesia because I want to be able to still defend myself if EG decide to turn around. Over for the West, you've got a Black Sea hold, which David will be very upset about. And you have that issue that we mentioned where Greece has to be covered. I think this is good diplomatic work from Peter, putting Russia into Bulgaria. Russia's usually the one under pressure from a Western triple. It helps you set up for later alliances, but also crucially, it just puts the builds on the fronts where they're going to be needed. And fighting a Western triple, that's almost always Russia and Italy. So even though it's a tough pill to swallow, it's better as Austria quite often to give that build to one of them, because if the Western triple comes over the line, you're all dead, regardless of which Eastern power you are.
Just a couple of quick comments. You're right. Black Sea should just support the Romania to Bulgaria move. Why would you not do that? I really do think Italy would have been better off just taking Tunis here and building the third fleet and not trying the convoy. I understand it's easy to say that in retrospect, but I still think that's probably a better percentage play. I really like the Russians correctly defending St. Pete here. One might have messed this up, and I'm glad that they did not mess it up. Why would you go Moscow to Livonia? Because once the Germans are in Prussia, you want to be able to defend Warsaw and also not leave Livonia open for a backdoor move by the German unit in Prussia. So that's actually a pretty good idea from April, I think, as well.
Yeah.
And the net effect of all that is
England and Germany
another build.
One.
Yep. France disbanding, as mentioned before. Nothing changing really in the east because Bulgaria was already blown up, so no disband there. And so it's an Army Berlin from Germany. Army Spain comes off for France, so Silesia will stick around to continue helping out. And a fleet in Eddie from England.
I think Army Spain was the obvious disband there because there was no point to any of this if you were just going to get rid of that Silesia army. The whole point of the nifty move in 1901 was to get that army on the front line.
Yeah, but in terms of that English build, David, is at this point in the game, is that ringing alarm bells for you if it's a fleet?
Not particularly. I mean, I agree that an army might have seemed a little more safe or something, but England really 2 fleets and 3 armies. That to me would have been a kind of an inflexible situation for the English. I understand what you're saying, but we'll find out here in just a minute.
All righty then. Going into spring of 1903, it appears to be Western Triple versus everybody in the East. We'll see if that sticks together. David.
So far, so good. The English do move that fleet to Norwegian. In other words, there wasn't any kind of English Channel goofiness there. Does go to Norwegian. and North Sea to Norway. So that is completely Western Tripoli right there, even leaving the North Sea with the German fleet still in Denmark. What else is happening here? The army moves forward to Finland. That's the correct move for Rob there, trying to put some pressure on St. Pete. The Bohemia to Galicia was designed to block the French going there. That's what that was all about, just FYI for those that are learning the game. And so let's see, what do we got in the southern reaches? I think all of those moves make perfect sense. As you can see, those, again, learning the game, Tyrrhenian Sea is not going to last forever because now there's 3 fleets on it. There's some guesses to make here for the French, but in general, John will eventually break through there. What are the Turks doing? The Turks are now defending for sure. The Russians have tried to get around them in Armenia and put a bunch of units there. What they were trying to do was put units in Black Sea and Armenia, and then there would be an Austrian to cut Khan, and then you take Ankara. But that's not going to work out for fall 1903 now.
Yeah, I have one thing and one question. My question is, are we sure this is an agreed move set? I understand that the theory is that you go to Galicia to cover, but why are you supporting yourself into Bulgaria rather than just hitting it?
Presumably to arrange a disband of that fleet. That's a common practice for Russia under fire from the north, but it hasn't happened. So maybe some part of it wasn't arranged either.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point that Ed is making, but they really should have gotten rid of the fleet. They don't really need it. And I understand the theory. The theory is, I got to kill Turkey. Got to have these units to kill Turkey fast enough. I don't think there is a way to do that without the Italians helping.
Yeah, and the second thing is you see this attack on Silesia, which we've talked about hostile support. This is what I'm going to refer to as friendly attack. I don't know if it has an official name, but this is where you dislodge a person you're allied with to allow them to move to an adjacent spot in the retreats phase, so they can wait until after they've seen what all the other moves have done in order to be able to move that unit. So although it could look like Germany and France have gone to war, they haven't. This is just a nifty little thing that effectively lets your unit have an extra move because it's been dislodged by your ally.
On the other hand, if Silesia and Bohemia had bounced in Galicia, then that army would be dead. Yeah. So this was a nifty and risky move at the same time.
Yeah. Of course, specifically this is when there are, of course, multiple places where a friendly unit could advance that are useful to you, but you're not sure which ones will be covered. So doing something like this is exactly right for the situation.
Most common version you see of this is dislodging Ionian in an Austria-Turkey alliance, but it can show up in other places.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly. It's a broadly applicable concept, and in fall of 03, we'll see if that translates into anything. David?
All right, I was looking to see what was going to happen in the Mediterranean, and the answer is a 3-pronged attack. Tunis could have been taken there. That was the guess that the French were making, is that Tyrrhenian could have gone, the Turks hit Ionian, so it wouldn't have worked. Okay, that was the key. All right, so the Italians must have realized that the Turks were going to cut Ionian, so there was no way to get Tunis. Let's see what else is happening here. Not really anything in the south. You do have a self-bounce by the Austrians in Vienna. You've got an attack on Warsaw that doesn't really matter. The English were not going to be stopped from taking St. Pete unless you used Livonia to support it. And they weren't going to do that when they needed to support Warsaw, as you can see. So the only other thing I would say, English moved Norwegian back to North Sea, was probably just watching the German fleet thing, but we will find out.
Yeah, although this is another instance, David, where, as you mentioned before, if you're going to hold, don't hold, arrange a bounce instead.
Arrange a bounce in the North Sea. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, so Josh, of course, we assume that local players are new players way too much when we see their names for the first time. Most people who go to their local tournaments, they go to a club game or two, at the very least, before they go to something like this. So I'm sure Josh isn't completely new, but perhaps he's still learning, and these are things that he'll come to grips with as he continues to play game experience.
Is completely new. It was mentioned in the chat that this is Josh's first game of diplomacy.
Oh, it is? Okay. Well,
welcome, Josh. Yeah, welcome, Josh.
he's blown away expectations by not dying as Germany in 03. So that's how my first game of diplomacy ended. So good job, Josh. Actually, never mind.
Yeah,
You're coming along just fine.
There is a question. Sorry, there was a little bit of burying the lead there, which if things were arranged to blow up that fleet, it seems like things have broken down between April and Peter here with that support hold of Bulgaria and that attempt to reclaim it. And if Ionian was requested, which it could have been, there may be some sort of movement towards an AIT here to try and counter the Western Triple. You see those every so often. They're less effective, but sometimes you just got to work with the people you can work with.
Yeah, that might be ineffective, though, given that Turkey only has one fleet available to kick Russia's two fleets out of Black Sea. And the move to Aegean could presumably be explained by Italy trying to incorporate the other Turkish fleet into his line around Ionian so that Italy can use their rebuild here on perhaps an army or just something to protect Tuscany, because he'll need two support holds for Tuscany to hold the line that does not include Tyrrhenian.
Yeah.
So
I guess Tyrrhenian and Aegean were bouncing on purpose there to make sure the French didn't leak into Ionian, maybe something like that, while Ionian went to
potentially. Yeah, or Turkey is just trying to kill Italy, but I think AIT is at least possible from this state.
Ed's mentioning what probably should have happened here if there was full trust, which is Greece supports Aegean to Ionian to make sure it gets in, but Austria had to support hold Bull, and I would presume that's because April was quite on edge with the retreat, not blowing up the fleet after the spring, and that moved to Galicia perhaps. So it's possible that April may have just told Peter, hey, I'm going to hit Bulgaria just to make sure your units don't do anything besides hold in place. That is something that happens sometimes when you need to build some trust back up. So it's an unfortunate time for that to be necessary, but that's how things are panning out.
Yeah, that's not going to work, honestly. The East is not, if they can't figure out what's going on with April and there's totally useless fleets, then the West is going to win this if the West sticks together.
Yeah.
So as we go into the winter,
which is kind of why if you're getting rid of April, then it's a tolerable decision, but only if you're immediately replacing her with Bank.
Yep. It's very difficult to fill the Russian centers with your own units before the Western Triple does, especially when they've already gotten to their doorstep. So we'll see how that develops in the winter with one build apiece for England, France, and Austria, as well as a rebuild for Italy and a disband for Russia. And it materializes in the form of another Fleet Eddy. Army Brest, presumably defensive. Vienna, Fleet Rome, and Bothnia comes off. Any surprises here?
All right. Now, the third fleet for England was fine-ish. Fourth fleet is now you're getting into potential alarm bell category if you're Josh, I think. Because I don't really see much of a point to that unless you're going to try to go to Skagerrak, Helgoland, Holland, that kind of stuff. But I guess we'll see. I could be wrong.
I do really like this army build from John, just to sort of prop yourself up. You're quite spread out and quite vulnerable to a German or an English attack. But putting that fleet down just gives you that little bit of defensive room you need to say, hey, don't try and kill me. Don't try and invade. I have ways to deal with that.
Yeah. There are some French players who would use Marseille being covered up and there being a hole in Lyon as an excuse. Oh, well, I need to build Fleet Brass. Sorry, England. But John tends to be a pretty honest ally generally. So
there's also the issue that like Western Med's only one from Mao, right? Like you can bring back the fleets to defend yourself if you need to. Your issue is more Germany than England from a pure tactics defensive perspective.
Yeah, that is true. Although new players often tend to be more trustworthy, so perhaps John's thinking that as well. Heading into spring of 1904, the triple still going strong on both sides of the board. Isaac.
We have England tapping Denmark, going down to Skagerrak and going into Moscow. So you appear to have activated the commentator's curse, Patrick. By saying both triples are going strong, you've stopped at least one of them.
Oh, dear.
As Germany tries to get over into Warsaw with no avail. Germany's still acting as though the triple is as normal, as is France. So they're all just staying still. You have the Turks deciding to throw their lot in with the Western triple. which means is a bit of a diplomatic failure from the East. If you were going to not be friends with April, you really, really needed to make Mike your friend, and you seem to have not done that. So you have good tactics from Ian to prevent Ionian from falling for the moment, and Peter together, but there's only so long that'll last for. Yeah. Turkey being on the side of the West is a huge problem because it means that the line that you had before suddenly no longer exists.
Russia's not really on the side of the East either, even though Russia is in the East. This diplomatic breakdown that has occurred between Austria and Russia is very unfortunate for anybody not named Rob O'Brien.
Yeah, England continues to spread their wings across the board, and in the fall, Isaac, presumably that will continue.
Yep. So we see England pulling the trigger on Germany at the same time that Germany pulls the trigger on France, dropping to Picardy and Burgundy as England takes Denmark and moves over to now. So it'll be interesting to see if they can wave away that now being North Atlantic diplomatically there. Trieste. The Trieste loan has gone on long enough. Peter says, nope, that's it. We're done now. And it seems like there has been some diplomatic work, at least here, as you can see with Greece getting into Ionian and then getting backfilled by Turkey, which I think, even though it's rough, is important to bring Mike onto your side. And there's a support hold of Bulgaria. So it seems like the East have sort of got back together as the West is broken apart, which is good. The blow up of Moscow is nice as well, gives England some more options for how they want to play things. If they want to drop a fleet in Liverpool and a fleet in London and just go full force on the West. It's interesting.
Yeah. Oh, some interesting context here. I was about to talk about the wonderful and myriad benefits of a tactical disband to rebuild at home and get a unit on another front. But John mentioned in the chat that Moscow was ordered to retreat to Livonia, which was not a valid retreat since the attack came from Livonia. And so it was piffed. Very sad.
I see.
Especially because Ukraine's a great place to retreat to. But anyway, we go into the winter, and that means Rob will get 2 builds at home, so it's still quite useful.
I think there are certainly worse years to make this misorder, yeah.
Yeah. Still quite useful for his attack on France, Germany, or both, as the case may be. He really does hold all the cards right now.
Well, that really is fascinating that Rob basically moved against both England and France that turn. I mean, Germany and France that turn. I mean, Denmark couldn't possibly have been arranged. I know the Germans didn't even try to defend it, but that doesn't even really make sense in this scenario. So I just think that's a fascinating move.
It's funny the things England can get away with when Germany only has 1 fleet and all of France's fleets are tied up in the Med.
Gosh. Is that what happens in Western Triples sometimes? Gosh.
Sometimes
England does
stabs Germany.
quite well out of them, yeah.
And others, yes. Sometimes England just stabs everyone.
But I will say this. You're right, Patrick, to point out, just having 1 fleet, Germany, is almost always, not always, but almost always a bad idea. Build that second fleet, particularly since Munich was arranged. There was no reason to build the 2 armies. Build that second fleet. Give yourself some flexibility here, which you don't have.
Yeah. I know sometimes there can be some pressure on Germany to not build that second fleet immediately, to which there are 2 responses. One is, no, I need a second fleet to defend myself. Or if you want to play things more diplomatically, something that I have done on occasion and I have had done to me on occasion, which is totally valid, is they go, fine, but when I put the second fleet down, you're not allowed to complain about it. If you want me to wait till 0203, that's fine, but you aren't allowed to get mad when I build it.
Well, and the other problem with not having the second fleet is that England was the one that got Sweden, which is not the way that should work in a Western Triple, really. I mean, England's got to be behind the Germans if it's going to work out. Anyway, I guess we'll see what happens. Rob's made a fascinating move at the end of 1904. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it works out for him in 05.
I think North Atlantic can be walked back pretty easily so long as the builds don't make things worse.
Yeah, although they could very easily make things worse because Mao is quite a juicy prize to claim if he wants to do that. So 2 English builds going down, as well as 1
Mao
for Turkey.
can be bounced.
All of them are pretty interesting, I would say. And then a disband for Austria and Italy. And Russia does not have a build, or they have one, but they can't put it down because all 3 home centers are covered or claimed by England. So, Fleet Eddie Army London from England. So, perhaps
that is
taking
the US builds.
Yep, the more conciliatory approach towards France. And then a Fleet Smyrna from Turkey. So, trying to shore up that med front a bit more. And Silesia and Tuscany armies coming off for AI. All right. Going into spring of 1905. England holds all the cards, David. How's he playing?
Tries for Holland with a convoy that did not work, which I think is also kind of fascinating. And I don't quite understand it. I think in this situation, you kill that Helgoland fleet. You go North Sea to Helgoland support of Denmark, kill that fleet, move Edinburgh out to North Sea. So the fact that that didn't happen makes me wonder if this attack on Germany is even for real, because that was such the obvious thing to do for Rob. All right, what else do we have? We've got the Germans going back out of France, which doesn't surprise anyone here, because he can't fight 2 people at the same time very easily. The French coming back is really a reprieve for Ian, isn't it? He's able to move his fleets back out into the water. And who knows what that will mean. So the East has basically been the game's been completely reset in the East, and now they can worry about other things like how they're going to get along with each other or not. We have, what do we have here? Why is Black Sea bounced? Oh, because Greece hit Bulgaria and cut the support, I see. Okay.
Yep.
So interesting. I mean, basically a complete reset here, and now we've got a Russo-Turkish war back in the cards, and I'm assuming that Austria is going to throw in with Russia here and try to take Greece in the fall.
Yeah.
Or maybe even against Greece.
There's a common saying that I'm sure David and Isaac have certainly shared before, which is that Turkey is often the real third partner in a Western triple rather than Germany, or the fourth partner, depending on how generous you want to be towards Germany's chances. And this board state is kind of exactly why, or the board state last year at least was, because once the Western triple breaks, because most of them break up before they roll the board, Turkey is in a great position in the corner to sweep in and maybe find an ally in the East and start taking stuff while everyone's out of position from their defense. So it makes some sense that Austria and Russia might want to take advantage of the Western triple breaking to get ahead of that trend and make sure Turkey's contained before it becomes a bigger problem. So smart play from Austria and Russia. We'll see if that continues in the fall. David.
Yeah, so I said that maybe Ian's going to get Greece. Ian does get Greece in the fall, which frankly makes some sense. Tyrrhenian is really trying to de-escalate the fight with the French. Just leaving Tyrrhenian entirely and committing to going against the Turks here is an interesting move. Armenia holds. Armenia holds.
It would have gotten into Sev.
Armenia could have taken Sev. Wow, that is not sure I get why you would not move that to Sev. What am I missing here? Why would you not just move that to Sev?
Armenia. No, you're right, but Armenia arguably shouldn't have been able to hold because Moscow also held when it should have covered Sev.
Potentially, although he wanted to, April wanted to leave 2 units against St. Pete, clearly. So I sort of understand-ish why Moscow didn't go to Sev, and maybe they had a deal for the Turks not to go to Sev, in which case, what are you still doing in Armenia if you had some kind of deal? So all of that's a little bit, frankly, just a little bit puzzling.
Yeah.
Bohemia to Silesia, man, that army has been around, and it has moved around a lot, and I don't really know at this point where it's going.
It seems like
taking some
John
nice
would
trips
probably rather
between Bohemia and Silesia, the 2 spaces it's been.
I'm sure John would rather rebuild at home at that point.
Rob does a fair amount of nothing here, doesn't he?
Yeah. I kind of feel like this is a mistake from Rob. Like you pulled the trigger, like you needed to either sort of properly pivot on France, like go to like Irish and now and in English Channel, or you needed to continue to try and execute the attack on Germany. I just think right now you're sort of you've burned a lot of your like diplomatic capital with Germany and with France for Denmark effectively, which You probably could have done better later, or maybe even got something out of Russia without burning any of that diplomatic capital.
Another way to put it, if you want to be generous to.
I mean, I'm not
Rob's
saying Rob's
judgment
not going to win, Sullivan, and it's entirely possible. But moving to Sweden and Norway here, I just don't get it. If you're in Finland, just leave that guy there. That'll be the support for St. Pete, and move that Norwegian guy somewhere else. I understand that the theory was the Germans might take Denmark, but I think that was really unlikely from the way Josh has been playing, that he was going to put 2 guys on Denmark there. So I think you could have done some other things here with your fleets.
Yeah. And with apologies to Ed, who's been saying since the start of the game how much he hates triple v triple affairs, with Italy getting in on the action against Greece, it's now officially in air, which means we are maintaining our quota on this board that seems to have of 1 triple at all times at least.
I take issue with the idea of ever needing to be fair to Ed Sullivan. Please don't say to be fair to Ed. There's no need to be fair to Ed. He's not. There's no need for that.
Oh, come on. No, I agree with him on this point, at least. Either way, we have Russia being able to
can
put
agree
down
with
the build.
him. Doesn't mean we have to be fair to him.
We have Russia able to put down the build now that they were unable to put down last year due to the centers being covered up, and Italy building as well from Greece. So nice recovery from Ian, who looked like he might be collapsing from all sides at one point earlier on in this game. He puts down a fleet in Naples, and there's an army in Sev from Russia, presumably to continue the Turkish offensive. All right, into spring of 1906, Isaac.
All right.
Yep.
Go ahead,
We
Isaac.
have England push into Denmark and then push over to Baltic. So I don't know if this is a Western Triple realignment or if this is England continuing to push against the Germans. We'll see. You have that bounce in Mid-Atlantic still. And Germany just holds all of their units, clearly not trusting anyone to do anything except France to get them back in Bohemia, because this army really likes going between Bohemia and Silesia. It just can't pick its favorite. The bounce in Tyrrhenian and Piedmont look like they're arranged. The air is now pushing in properly on the Turkish position as Mike walks down to Smyrna and Eastern Med and Syria, presumably fearing some kind of Lepanto move.
I think he's just quitting. I think he's just quitting. That looks like he's just going to take my stuff. I'm done with this game.
Yeah, that's how I read it as well. And, that's something that comes into play in these face-to-face games. Sometimes, the mental fatigue of it all and running around trying to stay alive, it's a bit too much after a while, and you might just want to spend your time differently after a certain point and just go to the bar.
You may just want to go eat something or whatever.
Yep. Or play other board games.
Yeah.
Anyway,
well,
so
in that case, I think it's looking quite good for April if that's the case, because I think she'll get into Ankara here. She's in Caen. You probably get to pick one of AI, and you don't really have to care about the other one if Turkey is giving up.
Yeah, given the move to Bulgaria, I wonder if April kind of pulled off a coup here. Maybe April was the one Mike happened to tell that, hey, I'm done with this game. You can just walk into my stuff. And then April didn't tell Peter, so that allowed them to maybe not walk out of Bulgaria to take Caen, like was previously agreed. If that's the case, then I'm sure we're going to see some interesting fireworks in the fall. Isaac, do we?
We see some realignment. So, we see what could potentially be a little bit of a nasty stab there, where you get a walk up into Romania, walk into Bulgaria as April gets into Caen and Ankh. So AI are the net beneficiaries of Russia's takedown of Turkey, which is not the situation you want to be in, especially with that move to Berlin. And I believe there's a misordered convoy there, which is unfortunate. I think Kiel was supposed to go to Livonia as the Germans push in. So the Western Triple is squarely back on. So kudos to Rob for being able to do that, because now you've got Denmark and you're back in the Western Triple, so fair enough. But yeah, this is really looking like advantage AI in the East, because there was sort of that détente of leaving Russia alone. They've had some time to be able to sort of eat up that position.
Yeah. The net outcome of this being that Russia is even, +2 and -2, but it's a bad time to be even when Germany is coming for your bacon. Thankfully, though, for Russia, Josh does misorder the convoy, as we mentioned. He writes Kiel convoys Baltic to Livonia instead of just Kiel to Livonia, which is the correct way to write the order in this case. Again, with Josh being new, it makes sense that he might not totally know how to write convoy orders the right way. They're a bit confusing sometimes, even for me. So very understandable. He's still got a good drop here on April, thanks to the developments in the Balkans. And now, in the winter, moving right along, Army Vienna from Austria, Fleet Rome from Italy. And David, does this lack of a Russian build come back to haunt April in spring of 07? No. Game over.
That's interesting, but not terribly surprising. Rob really has had the best position in this game for the last 3 game years. And it may just be the East didn't think they were ever going to figure their stuff out well enough to matter. Russia was going to lose units. Rob, frankly, was always going to be in a position to stab Germany to get units, or France, or both. And, of course, in a face-to-face game, when you've got 2 games on the same day, which I think they did yesterday for this tournament, there's a reason to get this over with, eat lunch, get ready for your second game.
Yeah, and that's especially amplified in a smaller tournament like Massacre, isn't it? Right? Because there's only 2 boards per round across 3 rounds, so you'll almost certainly be playing with all these players again later in the weekend. So it makes sense for Rob to maybe show some restraint here, pass up on the bigger top now, but preserve some goodwill with his neighbors. That'll come in handy if they are neighbors once again, which is completely possible. Alrighty then. Congrats to Rob O'Brien on his modest but impressive 7-center English board top. And now we're going to give
with what John just. I'm sorry, I agree with what John just said in the comments. So good job, Josh, in your first game ever. This game's not easy, man.
Absolutely.
And so, don't take anything we said as some kind of major criticism, but the game is not easy.
Yep. Playing Germany in your very first game and not getting crumpled like a soda can, especially when you're on a Western Triple, that in itself is very much worth applauding. So we're going to give Isaac a break here and bring Darcy back in. Hey, Darcy. Anything to add about that game before we move on to the next one?
I mean, the one thing that I can think of is I have a bit of a what if around if April had bounced Romania and Bulgaria in that last year and really just gone for it and just like fully been like, okay, I'll put down the 2 builds. I'll fight the East and see if you can challenge Rob through some sort of race against Rob. Just because, I mean, a 5-center result, a shared top. I understand you're trying to balance against the Western Triple, but if you're going to go for the tops, you need to probably go against the East there.
Yeah, fair enough. I think given the fact that England seemed to have perfect diplomatic control over Germany in this game, as John shouted out, that might make the difference in whether Russia would be able to beat England in a race, since that German pressure might not go away at all. But yeah, it's an interesting alternate timeline to explore. But let's move on to the next game and explore that instead with the time we have. Moving on to round 1, board B. In Austria, we have Lucien Gagliola, I think. Sorry if I butchered that. England, Andy McLaughlin. In France, Aurora Adman, who finished second in this tournament last year. In Germany, Daniel Brott. In Italy, Nick Atkis. In Russia, Will Yarrington. And in Turkey, Richard Paul. All right, Darcy, any names you recognize here? Any you've come across in your travels across the online and real world?
I think I've heard of Will before. Although it could just be from Boston Massacre last year. And Aurora was in Australia for the Sydney Cup, which happened was our last tournament that we had. So Aurora doing a bit of continent jumping, it seems. And given that I did a bit of a continent jump last year, I'll be going for Aurora this time round.
Lucien Gagliola is actually an experienced player up in the New England area in the face-to-face scene.
Oh, really? Was he more of an email player back in the day? Postal? What's the background?
I don't remember, but certainly has played in those New England events before. I can look this up, but I know that that's true.
Ah, awesome. All right, so that's a bit of a extra experience twist to this otherwise pretty local, pretty tight-knit board, it seems like. So we're going to swap up here and have Darcy do the odd years and lead us off in spring of 1901.
All right, in the West, it's pretty standard. We see Liverpool moves to Eddie instead of Yorkshire, potentially suggesting a Norway convoy being more likely. However, it's very flexible, and Aurora just making sure that Burgundy doesn't get moved into by self-bouncing Burgundy. So a little bit of a cautious start from Aurora. In the East, we see what is perhaps the most standard opening you can get in the East. Nothing really of note except Smyrna moves into Con, which means that the fleet will be stuck facing Black Sea in fall.
Adam has pointed out in the chat that Will actually played last year at the Whipping World DipCon, I think.
There's a high likelihood then that I actually probably played a game with Will at WDC in San Francisco. And
there's also a high likelihood that you're not going to remember the details.
Yes, I'm also not going to remember the details. That is correct.
There were a lot of people and a lot of boards at that tournament. I think 12 or 13 boards per round, so completely understandable if you didn't play with him. But either way, moving into the fall now, Darcy.
In fall, we see a little bit more of a stranger East here with a bounce in Romania and Austria supporting Nick into Greece here via convoy whilst bouncing Trieste. So definitely a stranger opening here from Austria, but I mean, it may be a lot of players don't necessarily see Greece as Austrian in nature all the time. So it could just be a little bit of a more different view of how to play Austria. So I'll be interested to see how that develops. But in the West, there isn't a convoy into Norway. Instead, Belgium is taken via convoy, and we see Germany crashes into Burgundy, suggesting that maybe Aurora was right to self-bounce Burgundy in spring, and there's very high likelihood we see some sort of EG here.
Certainly looking that way.
That's got to be rough. Aurora playing the opening that's specifically designed to send the message of, hey, Germany, I'm watching you, and then getting snuck into in that same province the very next turn. That could be a little defeating, but Aurora's a good player. She can probably find a way around it. So that's 2 builds for everyone in the West and 1 build for everybody in the East. Nice when it works out with a clean divide like that.
Not sure. I remember the last time that Greece was the only Italian build. I mean, I've seen it before, but it's been a while.
Yeah, it happens sometimes when that IT convoy to Greece does work, but Trieste is bounced like we saw here. But in this case, it's not an IT move, so it's even more interesting. Right. David, whose sets of builds are you most intrigued by here? And
well, that's a good question. Do the Turks build a fleet or an army? Do they prioritize flexibility over immediate defense? But I think maybe it's the English builds I'm wondering the most. Is England really going to throw in with Germany, who's in Burgundy, against the French or not? I think we'll find out when we see the builds.
Yep, that's the risk of early German aggression against France without England reciprocating it at the exact same time. It means England does have a decision here, and they can throw in with either. And it's a Fleet Eddie Army London from England, although France built Fleet Brest, so maybe there is still some distrust there. Fleet Army from Germany as well, and fleets from Italy and Turkey, alongside armies from Austria and Russia. Alrighty then, into spring of 1902. David.
All right, so Germany actually goes to Belgium, so they're disentangling the Franco-German border region there by killing the English army, because as we all know, that's where English armies go to die. Denmark hitting the North Sea to cut that, or I guess they were trying to convoy anyway, but Denmark clearly, and going to Helgoland too, the Germans are really throw it in with the French are very interesting, given that move to Burgundy. And the English weren't expecting it. I don't think they were expecting that. I think they were expecting to go to Skagerrak and maybe work doing something else, but now they're not. Let's see. In the east, what do we have here? We have a lot of bouncing, don't we? But we do have the Russians getting into Romania and Black Sea, so maybe this is going to air after all.
Perhaps, but then Warsaw to Galicia without a bounce. That's another interesting tidbit. So Russia has some options here.
Yep.
Either way, we'll see how that turns out in the fall. It's definitely a very unusual Eastern position, and it can still kind of break anyway.
I'd just like to make a point. This is why I really dislike having the fleet in Ankara get stuck there. If you want to put your army in a con and have your fleet ank stuck there, then you really have to be sort of pushing for a bounce in Black Sea pretty much every turn. Otherwise, I think it's just easier and better to just leave con open for fall 1901 to move your fleet out that way. That doesn't mean you have to work with Russia. You can still work against Russia next year, but leaving yourself bottlenecked like this and then not bouncing Black Sea means like your position can collapse pretty quickly, because now you can't really defend on either side if there isn't air formed. I just really don't like the move to con if you're not gonna just pretty much go anti Russia a lot of the time. But that's just a personal preference, I guess.
Yeah, maybe it's possible that there was some agreement between Russia and Turkey where Russia helps Turkey take Romania and then Ank shuffles out that way, but Russia simply took a different offer that was perhaps more appealing. That's another contingency as well, but I'm sure all that will be laid out on the board in due time. David, fall 1902.
All right, it is an air attack on Bulgaria with all three of them coordinating there, so that answers, I think, that question, even though the Russians are in Galicia. Italians taking the neutral Tunis. Because England built so pro-French, Aurora punishes that by going north, and that's what happened. French also take Belgium because the Germans have moved out, which I find interesting. That's just a good diplomatic work on Aurora's part, I suspect.
I would think the argument being made there is that basically Germany's already tied up with their fleets with England, and it'd be hard to get a third fleet into the fight, whereas France can put one down in Brest and immediately have it in the channel for further assaults and maybe a support in the North Sea. So rejected
as an explanation. If I'm Germany, I'm rejecting that. So no. I need another fleet.
Well, Daniel's an alliance player, David. You see, unlike some people in this chat.
Wait, don't say Darcy's not an alliance player. He knows how to play alliances sometimes.
Oh gosh. Also, Will just wanted to say, Will was in the chat, and he confirmed that indeed he promised to support Turkey into Romania, and then that didn't happen. Did he lie? We won't say that for sure, but he didn't do that. So, and it seems to be paying off for him at the moment, since Galicia has been forgiven, at least in the short term, by Austria. Not that he has a choice just yet. All right, into winter of 1902. France, of course, getting that Belgium build off of Germany, and Italy, Austria, and Russia all building as well. So a great year for an air when all three of them are going up at the same time. Darcy, if you're Russia here, you have all four home centers open. The world's your oyster. You're already in Black Sea. You have some play on Turkish centers. Do you double down on cracking open Turkey and taking command of that area first, or do you think now's the time to get more involved in the north?
I mean, if you're being given and you're allowed to move into Galicia and stay there by the Austrian, I'm putting down Army Sev. Sure, it'll go against Turkey to take Ankara and stuff. You're going to get in there probably first into Turkish dots anyway. If Italy keeps on losing these guesses, and I mean, you can just hit Austria pretty much whenever you want. Afterwards, and there's no threat on your northern position. Aurora was the one that got the build. England's not gonna be in a position to fight you. You're gonna get Norway at a later date anyway. I think you take advantage of the generosity of the Austrian, and use that to your advantage.
I could not agree more. Plus, you don't want to build in St. Pete, spook the English when you really just need the English to defend.
Yes. Although, at the same time, Sweden did support Denmark last turn, so maybe Will might intervene on Germany's behalf. We'll see. Army St. Pete. So he could get involved in the north, or he could just move it south. Nice little hedge there. That's personally what I would probably go for in this situation.
You'd build an army in St. Pete?
Well, yeah, because you have the flexibility. You can go after England if you want to. You can move it down and attack Austria next year if you don't.
Okay.
And then Army Trieste for Austria, as pretty much expected. No fleet, sadly. I'm sure we might see that later in the tournament, but it didn't make sense here. And then Fleet Naples for Italy and the promised Fleet Brest from the French. So into spring of 1903. Darcy, what do you see?
Well, Russia takes their pretty much guaranteed dot in Norway with that army in St. Petersburg moving in. Daniel finally gets into North Sea here, and there's a further demilitarization of the France-Germany border as Ruhr moves back into Kiel. Aurora continues the pressure on England, supporting themselves into North Atlantic Ocean and walking into Channel, as England goes in a full defense mode by covering London and Liverpool. However, Edinburgh will be guaranteed for Daniel in fall, so this is a huge benefit for Daniel now, who has a guarantee on Edinburgh, and there is actually also a guarantee on Liverpool as well here. So just a pretty brutal turn for Andy all around. In the east, we see Richard loses the guess around Aegean or Eastern, meaning that the AI may be the first to break the line in the Turkish mainland. However, we do see Tunis head to Western Med, suggesting that Nick is looking for a little bit of balance of power potentially down there, which could slow down taking the guarantee on Liverpool, because you don't want to let West Med into Mid-Atlantic Ocean potentially. Further, we see no movement out of Galicia. If you're Austria, you really have to get them out of Galicia. There's no need for them to be there. And Trieste moves towards Serbia rather than towards the line in Germany, which could suggest potentially either just a lack of alliance efficiency to move against the line fully, or potentially just not trusting Italy fully in Greece.
Two observations. This is not an air, because in an air, the Romania convoys to Armenia and Galicia goes to Romania, and you get out of Galicia. This is not an air. This is
I was about
Russia.
to ask about that. Yeah,
this
Darcy,
is Russia slow playing something. This is definitely not an air, not in any traditional sense of the word.
Yeah, Darcy, you were singing the praises of Russia being able to just hang out in Galicia back in winter when it showed it can create leverage or offensive opportunities, but none of those have really been used. And now, do you think the benefits of staying in Galicia are still equivalent to, say, convoying to Armenia and shuffling Galicia down to Rome?
I mean, I think that there's more benefits now in shuffling down to Armenia because you didn't build an army in Sev. But I mean, I think a lot depends. Lucian seems to be playing in a very standard way in terms of like how we play contemporary in contemporary diplomacy. So I suspect that there is some level of taking advantage of Lucian's style of play in a way that benefits Will potentially, but we'll have to see.
My second observation has to do with English defense. You really got to prioritize keeping North Sea in the spring turn. So have Skagerrak support North Sea. That the worst that can happen is for somebody to get into the North Sea. And that was likely to work, and that is way better than putting your fleet in London, which wasn't really necessary. So just for those watching the game, the better defense there is slow the FG down by keeping North Sea English for another move.
Yeah,
And,
certainly.
and the other thing you could do is you could just self-bounce Liverpool, and that way you're still next to Edinburgh in full, and also means that Liverpool is guaranteed to be able to be kept at the very least if you'd still been Clyde, especially if you're not going to bounce Channel, which is also another guess. So I think just a little bit of tactical blunders there, which might cost Andy an extra year of life, but good lessons to learn and to make note of for future games.
Yeah, certainly. The old adage when it comes to defense or offense, really, just tactics in general, is position in the spring, centers in the fall, and North Sea very much falls under the position category. But of course, the counterpoint to that is Sweden could have cut Skagerrak anyway. He knows by this point Russia's working with Germany, so maybe Andy thought that wouldn't work if he tried to support hold North Sea, and it's totally valid in that case for him to
maybe, but in that case, then order to English Channel or something. There's no reason to move to London. You can retreat there.
Yeah.
That's why moving to London, the only reason that would make sense is if you really think Skagerrak's going to get out, which it was never going to get out.
That much is certainly still true.
Unless he could have been diplomatically tricked by the Germans. Yeah. I'm going to rearrange. I'm going to move around, get out of Skagerrak. I'm going to move around and hit Russia. I mean, that could have been what happened also.
Yeah. Another open question I have here is for the air, Con is now guaranteed, right? Russia cuts Ankh, and then Italy and Austria can either convoy Greece in or they can put Bulgaria in. If you're the AI, at this point, who are you wanting to build from Con? Should it be Italy or should it be Austria walking into Greece to make up for Con and then they build?
The latter, I think, if I'm Austria and Italy. I'm just not convinced Russia's really going to do this. Russia is really not. An heir does not have Russia supporting themselves in Galicia. That is not an heir. So I'm not even sure this is going to happen. We'll see.
Well, I mean, I think you have to give it to Italy to go after France as quickly as they can. Austria's got a position where an extra army can't really do much to help them do anything, really. Especially with Russia sitting in Galicia and stuff. I think it just makes more sense to give it to Italy.
All right. Well, there must be a decision here either way, assuming no Russian trickery. But all will be told in the fall of 2003. Darcy. Ooh.
And I mean, here is the stab on Austria, which I mean, I guess makes sense when Austria is being lenient with allowing the Russian the space that they allowed the Russian. It can lead to these sorts of talks about flipping against Austria, and now Austria loses Bulgaria, which is piffed, which is supported by, I think, is that also supported by Turkey? It's at least
it is not. Turkey holds. Yeah,
Turkey holds.
In Con.
Okay, cool. So Italy has decided to stab Austria. Germany is joining in as Russia supports Munich into Bohemia. So we're about to see the squeeze on Austria, which is a little bit unlucky, but that's how the cookie crumbles. And then we do indeed see the guarantee on both Edinburgh and Liverpool by Aurora and Daniel. So it's going to be interesting to see what the FG does next now that England is basically dead. Well, Italy does move Westmed back to Tunis, suggesting that there may be some sort of agreement with Italy and France, which spells trouble for Germany. But this next stage of the game will be very interesting to see who does what.
Yeah, it's actually hard for FG to correctly disengage from killing England. It's not impossible, but it's actually hard to do in a stable way. So we'll see if Aurora actually does that.
Yeah, David, one question I want to throw to you here is, tactically speaking, France needed all three of their fleets positioned around England in order to guarantee Liverpool here. And Italy most likely would have known that. And so if they chose to move to mid-Atlantic Ocean here, it either forces France to bounce it and not take Liverpool, or to take it but let a raider in. Do you agree with Italy's decision to disengage here and just let France claim the build without punishment?
Yes, because you're turning on Austria. You really need to fight one enemy at a time, and what you really want to do is incentivize the French to now fight the Germans instead of worrying about the Italians coming. So if I'm Italy, I do this every time, probably.
Valid.
Especially if Russia is helping you stab Austria, which means you've still got play around Turkey, which your fleets can be useful for, as well as fighting Austria. So I think it makes a lot of sense for Italy.
Yeah. So we go into the winter of 03. The France-Italian border is quiet, but not much of the rest of the border is quiet at the moment. A lot going on. And to fuel that fire further, we've got builds for Russia, France, Germany, and Italy, and a whopping 3 disbands from Andy McLaughlin. Rough stuff for the English player, but don't worry, Andy. It'll all be over soon. You can go do something more fun than getting triple killed. All right, going into the builds. It's a Fleet Brest out of France, an Army Munich out of Germany, Army Warsaw from Russia, Fleet Naples from Italy. Is there anything especially surprising here? If you're either Germany or Italy, what's the reaction to the Fleet Brest?
I mean, I hate it if you're Germany.
Do you think France would be able to sell, if you were Germany, say it, would France be able to sell this to you in any way? In a way that you're okay with?
No, not really. If I'm Germany, I'm saying I understand you want to hide the attack on Italy, but I'm your ally. I want to see commitment from you to go that way, no matter what. I'm headed against the east. I need to see you committed against there, and you hiding it it can be just be an excuse. I'd rather just see you build Fleet Marseille and just go ahead with the attack outright at face value. Again, as Germany, I don't really care if France gets bogged down in the Mediterranean. I can be making progress in Vienna, potentially up in the north. I don't care if my ally is slowed down a little bit, as long as they've committed to the other side of the board.
Alrighty then. Well, France still hasn't officially declared war on Germany, so we'll see if Aurora can sell that build. She tends to be pretty good at selling things in these games. In the spring of 1904, David, what's our approach?
All right. Well, it's still sellable in this situation. See, Brest's going to Mid-Atlantic, and then it's going to go into Western Mid and stuff. And that move to Wales is just to make sure we take London. Although it should really be German, not French, right? In order to make this balance out a little better. In Norwegian is just to go fight the Russians, right? And it's not actually completely impossible to fight the Russians as France. I mean, you can go around Germany and do that. I've done it before, but it has to be done very, very carefully, or Germany just gets attacked. All right, in the south, what do we got going on here? We just got more. I mean, the reason Bohemia is there is to cause chaos so the Russians can be successful, and that is exactly what happened. Which is one thing to think about here. We were talking about the French and Germany. They have to disengage. Germany is going to go east. Yeah, but Germany was supported Bohemia by the Russians. So they have a good relationship-ish. And so it's interesting. Was the North Sea supposed to convoy Edinburgh back to Holland and just forgot to do it, I wonder? Or was that going to be sold as a misorder? Interesting. Otherwise, in the east, we've just got a lot of holding and supporting, and Tunis going nowhere because Tunis and Mid-Atlantic are very likely to be bouncing the Western Mid in the fall, I suspect.
Yeah. I mean, it might be a moot point in terms of the army and Eddie being there still, because if the move to Norwegian is agreed, then you'd think the logical place for it to go next would be to be convoyed to Norway. So that can happen from Holland or Eddie, but maybe there's something else afoot there.
We'll
I don't think I've ever seen really an FG that works and sticks together long term when France is moving to Norwegian, unless France is already significantly ahead of Germany center count wise in the alliance. I think this pretty much juniorizes Germany's most of the time if Norwegian is moved into. I'm not saying it happens every time, but most of the time. Plus the convoy into Wales and the complete lack of attacking Italy and the convoying out of Eddie, or the attempted convoy out of Eddie, is just meaning that this is just all giving France just the whatever position they need and want, and just puts Germany under a lot of threat.
Yeah. Now,
That is certainly the most
what the players have to say about this situation with Eddie and the convoy. France claims it was a misorder. Russia claims it was a misorder. Getting some conflicting reports here. I don't think Daniel's in the chat. I sure wish he was. I hope he comes in sometime. But yeah, either way, some conflicting reports perhaps about just how intentional or accidental that may have been. So transitioning over to Fall of 04, I guess we'll find out. David.
Yeah, the Germans actually support London to make sure that it doesn't get taken, because the Germans realize that they're going to be next. That's what Kiel to Holland means. There's no Russia-German war, so Germany's thrown in with Russia and not favorable to the French. And here come the Italians, by the way. So they've also been incentivized to move west here to get Aurora off balance. So maybe diplomatic kudos to Daniel for the fall 1904 turn, in addition to the fact that he's got support by his Russian friend into Vienna, which gives him a build. He could go to Munich or whatever with his build, maybe another fleet, and do something. I think the real question is, do the Russians continue to just sit in Sweden and Norway, or do they eventually get involved in the fighting? We'll find out.
Yeah.
What else do we have here? We have the Wintergreen taking Serbia, which makes perfect sense. Austria's just about dead here. Turkey's rearranging to hopefully present themselves as a possible ally to the Russians to counterbalance the Italians, but I don't know if that's going to work or not. We'll see.
Yeah, and the other thing here is we see cooperation between Germany and Russia, Russia and Italy, and Germany and Italy. So it really is a triple alliance at this point, the RIG, or as I like to call it, when you rig the game in your favor. The question now is really Turkey, because they've gotten this coordinated attack on France. Presumably Germany will build an army to reinforce the pressure on Belgium that he's just put on. But what are they going to do about the Turks in the meantime if Italy's going after France? And that is a situation that I think will be very interesting to see, because Russia could still use them for a stab on Italy, or they could just kill them together, but slower. Many things still to be decided here. So builds for all three of the rig, if we want to declare it that. And is there really any doubt about what these should be to you guys? I mean, probably Army Munich for Germany, Fleet Rome, Fleet North Coast, something like that.
I do agree with Fleet North Coast if I'm the Russians, although the Germans may or may not want that, and so it depends on what the Germans want me to do there. I would let them dictate that to me, because I'd be tempted to maybe build in Sev and go that way.
I'd be building in Sev.
But if the Germans want me to build a fleet to help, then I'm probably doing that, because I want to maintain my relationship with the Germans, at least for now. I think the German build is interesting. You kind of need another fleet to really compete, but obviously the army in Munich makes the most short-term sense. So I think I would build in Munich, but I would hesitate for a second and wonder if I could get away with building a fleet here. I would hesitate and probably still build the army, but I'd at least think about it.
I mean, if I'm Russia, I'm probably spreading a little bit of poison in Germany's ear and saying, well, Tyrolia is not needed anymore, so that can be the army in Munich. Build the fleet Kiel, that sort of thing, and then if you build army Moscow or something like that, just to say you're neutral, you can then probably pretty quickly put some sort of hammer down, or an army in St. Petersburg or a fleet in St. Petersburg, and then you can pretty quickly go to Silesia, down to Baltic, into backfill Sweden, backfill Norway, and then suddenly you have Berlin sitting there for you, and you can start pressuring Germany if that's the way you want to go. But if I'm probably building Army Sev here, saying it's to go after Turkey, pretty much what I said earlier in the game, and then I can just go after Italy whenever needed with my Turkish Janissary.
Yeah. All right. So Darcy yearns once again for an army in Sev. Last time he asked for it, he was spurned. This time he is spurned again. South Coast. What the heck?
South Coast. Wow.
That's I think if you're going after Germany, you can do it just as well as you could if you were hiding an attack. A South Coast fleet isn't really that necessary to fight Germany successfully.
No, that's just a broadcast that you didn't need to make.
Yeah,
because Sweden could go to Baltic. If you're really just trying to get the jump on Germany, you just go Sweden to Baltic and you build an army in St. Pete, move it around or something, or Fleet North Coast and move it around.
So the game's not rigged anymore, but perhaps, I mean, if Will wants to work with France, then waiting for Italy to get enmeshed with France before actively helping them against Germany would be a wise choice. So it makes sense from that perspective strategically. But then is Italy your long-term partner in the East in that case, or is he just a useful idiot and you work with Turkey? I never really asked you guys how you would deal with the Turkey situation as either Italy or Russia here, so floor's open on that.
If I were the Russians, I would take Turkish centers, continue to push the Italians against the French, continue to push the Germans against the French, and get my builds from Turkey until I knew which one I was going to turn on. I actually think this is probably too early to turn on the Germans. It's going to enable the French to continue to be a major force in the game.
Yeah, and I mean, if you decided you want to work with the Turk, I think you could do something like a Black Sea supports Con to Bulgaria, Romania to Serbia, supported by Budapest, Ukraine backfills Romania, and then in fall you convoy into Ankara, and push like that, and then that way you're putting a huge stamp on the east. But then I'm not building Fleet St. Pete South Coast because I want a friend in Germany. If I'm doing that, I mean, the more that I think about it, the more I like the idea of just going RG and using Turkey in spring just to then push against Italy. But
I mean if you've got if you're friendly with the Germans and the Italians and they're both moving away from you to fight France, then isn't that good? I think so.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, I'm not sure that Italy has a fleet Bulgaria and a fleet Greece. Like, it's not really like those units are going to really go anywhere or do anything. And you can just take them now and get the dots and just say you can, like, Italy's dead if you want Italy to die and you're working with Turkey here. Whether or not you want that, because that just enables France.
That would be my concern, is that I would turn on them later when the Italians are a little more enmeshed in the West. But maybe, I mean, these timing questions are all a matter of taste, and we don't have the benefit of the negotiations to know how that would affect our timing decisions, which obviously it should.
Yeah. And now a quick note from Will about his decision here to build South Coast. He built it simply because Aurora asked for it. Now, Will, this is an important lesson to learn in diplomacy, which is how to say no in a way that still makes you their ally. Because you can say all the same things to Aurora that we have said on this stream, because North Coast is better for attacking Germany. Sure, it's better for attacking France too, but it is better for attacking Germany because of the element of surprise element and Sweden being able to go to Baltic anyway, like we already mentioned. Really, there's nothing more valuable than surprise when you're trying to pull off an attack like this. So Aurora definitely
in one move, it can be in Norway, hitting North Sea in the fall, whereas the St. Pete takes a long time to get anywhere.
Yeah, so this is a situation where Aurora's position's improved, Germany's position's gotten worse, but your position hasn't really improved that much because of how long it's going to take that unit to do what you want it to do compared to North Coast. So it's difficult to tell an ally no, especially when you're trying to turn an enemy into an ally and there's suspicions there, but it's worth making that effort. Rather than gimping your own growth, but you still have growth here, so not a lost cause by any means. And into spring of 1905, we'll see if Will can swing this into some builds. Darcy.
All right, so I mean, we see part of what I was saying the Russian could do, supporting Kon into Bulgaria. However, they themselves are not moving into Serbia, as they instead support Serbia into Trieste, which at least opens up Serbia for an easier stab later. Further, we see Ukraine move towards Warsaw, as Munich moves into Silesia. Um, Elsewhere, we see Daniel go pretty much full tilt against the against the Russian, trying to convoy Edinburgh into Norway, which I presume was meant to be supported by France. However, France instead supports London into North Sea here, which disrupts the convoy and leaves Germany with a retreat into Skagerrak. Further, we see Italy decides not to move against France as they move back towards defending Ionian from the dying Austrian and the pesky Turkish fleets. And yeah, I mean, Turkey getting a lifeline perhaps by Russia, which I'm not sure I would have necessarily given if I'm not also stabbing Italy outright. But we'll see.
Yeah. So Italy clearly deciding I can't let this Turkish issue linger any longer, and Russia also thinking I can't let this issue linger any longer. I could help Turkey. So safe to say the wintergreen is probably off at this point, although the support into Trieste, I mean, I'm sure Russia will help Italy insofar as it helps against Germany. Into the fall of 05, we'll see if that keeps up. Dars?
And then it turns this is just a massive rope-a-dope by the wintergreen as Kon and Bulgaria are retaken and both are decided to taken off the board. So there will be a rebuild in Ankara. However, it's not all amazing news for Italy as Albania walks into Greece as a result. So it won't be going +2, but just +1. Furthermore, we see Will gets into Vienna, so that will be a build for Will. And France takes London, takes Edinburgh, supports England into Holland. So France is really probably the biggest winner out of all of this so far, going +2 and now tying Russia for the board top. And Russia finally moves down into Baltic Sea, and it seems like there's just been a lot of good pitches made by Germany, just none taken by the EF alliance. So you got to feel bad for Daniel. I'm not sure there's much more he could have really offered to the Western powers outside of what he did do. So just a bad luck for Daniel.
Yep. Shout out to two of the smaller powers here because nobody's actually died on this board yet. We see in England and Austria two very contrasting methods of how to scrap out some kind of survival on a board where things aren't going your way. On England's side, Andy has been more actively involving himself. It seems like he's become France's Janissary and is really helping Aurora expedite this attack on Germany. But on the other side of the board, Lucian isn't really helping anybody. He's just sneaking into the right centers. He's recognizing which units from Italy are needed where and what might be left uncovered, and it's earned him a survival in Greece for another year. So that's the thing. When you're a small power, you can either choose to serve a master and they will protect you, maybe, or you can choose chaos, and both are working right now. So kudos to both of them. Now going into winter of 1905, got a build for Italy, build for Russia, two builds for France, and a rebuild for the Turks. And poor old Daniel Brott is going to have to make some tough calls here. Well, it depends on their secondary motivations more than anything, and we can't see inside Daniel's head. But Darcy, if you were Germany here, what are you pulling with the intent of surviving on this board?
I'm pulling Tyrolia and
Clyde.
Clyde. Oh yes, I didn't see Clyde. Yes, and Clyde.
I didn't see it at first either. That's why I brought it up.
And then I'm pitching to Italy. I'll help put you into Vienna. I'm pitching to the west. My fleets will remain against Russia. And Silesia can help block Baltic to Berlin or something. But yeah, that's my pitch.
Mm-hmm. So, David, Darcy's pitch included keeping both fleets. Do you think they're important to keep right now, both of them?
Well, maybe. A reason to pull the fleets, or at least one of them, is to try to encourage there to be Russia and French. There's no longer something in between them, so it might force them to actually fight or incentivize them to fight or something. There's not very much you can do here anyway. You've got to figure out which one of these two is likely to use you against the other one. That's the only way to really survive. You're not going to survive. There's nobody coming to save you otherwise.
Yeah. Well, Germany chooses to go halfsies and pulls one fleet along with Bohemia and Clyde, so keeping a little bit of influence over the high seas, but also keeping enough armies to somewhat slow down the erosion of his core. 2 armies from France, presumably just as a sign to both Russia and Italy that we're chill. And then a fleet in Ankara being rebuilt for Turkey. Not a whole lot else you can do with that. And a fleet in Naples from Italy. All right. We go into spring of... Oh, and of course, Army Moscow. Go into spring of 1906. David.
Of course, Army Moscow. Only if you're doing this, which is sending it that way. Let's see. The Russians still working with the Italians? Yes, they're going after Ankara. So they're still working together. What's going on with the Germans? The Germans are leaving Denmark, which makes it look like you're trying to make some kind of pitch to the Russians here, right? That's, I think. Or maybe he's just trying to bounce the English to go to Helgoland or something. But he does just sort of collapse. I mean, this is I think Will's in a great position, but this is Aurora's game right now. I mean, Aurora's going to have the fleet power on the north when the Russians are not. They've got a Janissary, it's the English. They've got maybe a potential try to work with the Germans a little bit. So Aurora's really in a good position here.
Aurora's in a really good position, but if Aurora doesn't take Norway here, and stamp down authority in the north, Will is going up Denmark, going up probably Berlin, and going up Ankara. If Aurora doesn't diplome well, this could get out of Aurora's hands.
Yeah, although if Russia takes Berlin, that's presumably because Aurora is taking Munich as well, so there is some ability for France to keep up with in that case. But either way, yeah, still Russia's still in this for sure. Needs to be managed pretty carefully in the north. Into the fall, David, how is it managed?
It is mischief managed in the sense that the Germans have lost everything.
No, they have Holland.
Holland's British. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I couldn't see it. Yeah. Well, they've essentially lost everything. Let's just rearrange what I said.
That's fair.
They've essentially lost everything. It's exactly what Patrick was saying. Berlin and Munich both lost. This is a de-escalation between France and Russia by moving those fleets down like that as the French. So that's definitely a sort of a de-escalation. The Italians leaving Black Sea is pretty important for Will. It's absolutely what Will wanted to see. So that's good. I'm a little surprised that Greece doesn't get taken here. Let me see. I guess because they needed Aegean.
Well, Ionian did nothing, and Serbia could have taken Greece.
That's what
Nick might just be a very nice guy.
I just thought I thought Nick was going to take Greece here. I mean, it was just a little. So I don't think they needed to do the support on Bulgaria. if they were going to hit Greece, then then both units were. So there was no reason not to take Greece here. That's
maybe a deal's been reached here. What does this put the center counts? Oh yeah, no, it's not. It's not like a Italy doesn't take Greece, so they stay tied with France thing. They're already behind. Yeah.
I think this is out of Aurora's hands now.
I would not have left the Norwegian there. I would have gone ahead and probably taken Norway, realizing that my next enemy is actually Russia.
Yeah.
Like, I think you get Holland. What else do you get? Because Russia can hold Kiel.
Well, you can still go back up there and go around. I'm not saying it's over.
Well, I mean, if Will puts Fleet St. Pete North Coast down, Army Moscow, and then just pushes everything up now, or even just Army St. Pete, Army Moscow, moves into Finland, moves into St. Pete, and like it gets very, very hard for anything successful.
Okay.
Maybe we're going to see a draw vote here at some point.
Yeah, I am seeing in the chat that there was some discussion about how to arrange.
Although there's plenty of there's 1, 2, 3, 4 little guys with one center that it would be tempting to want to take those units.
Yeah,
out.
The fact that no one's died yet is crazy in this game.
Yeah, shout out to England and Austria for surviving yet again on one single dot. They have done a great job. But we're all agreed that Germany needs to keep the army in Tuscany, right? That's really the most important factor here.
I think so, actually. What are you going to do in Holland exactly besides die?
Die painfully, maybe.
I mean, the Italians are not building.
Yeah.
So you're giving yourself some chance to survive.
Yeah,
now,
really
you're also really helping the Russians in that situation, probably. But
well, what does Germany care? Germany's just a chaos agent.
Yeah,
at this
I
point.
mean, maybe you don't care. Maybe you just stay in Holland and hope somebody supports you forever.
Yeah. Either way, everyone you hate has gotten a good result here, sealed up. So that's unfortunate. But yeah, Germany can still have an impact on this game for sure with Tuscany. And yes, he keeps it. Well done, Daniel. Along with a fleet Brest from France, fleet North Coast from Russia, Moscow and Warsaw as well. So Will shoring up his position at least, making sure Norway is not under threat. And we'll see if this develops into a war or if this is just good fences make good neighbors type of situation. Based on what we're seeing in terms of the chat, most likely just good fences make good neighbors and they'll draw for next year once they clean up all the little guys. But we'll see if that theory holds true in spring 1907. Darcy.
All right. We see Russia gives up Kiel to the French, which could suggest
that was English. But
yes. Could give up the board top to a shared 12-12 sort of finish, which I don't think you had to agree to if you're Russia here. I think it's a little bit interesting that happened. Elsewhere, we do see Will potentially start to make some moves down south on the Italian, trying to get into Con, moving down into Galicia, and moving your armies down into Vienna and backfilling Budapest and Romania. So a little bit of cause for concern now for Nick in the south. Moscow just holds, and St. Petersburg support holds Norway. Again, I'm not sure I'd be doing that if I'm Will. I think you need to get the units in the right position in the north to create a stalemate, and you're just leaving the door just a little bit open for Aurora if Aurora wants to go for it. I think Aurora now can get into Denmark here and really open things up, which didn't necessarily need to be the case. So still a bit of a race between Aurora and Will here. I think Will still has the edge, but it's getting much closer.
Yeah, Denmark is there for the taking if Aurora wants it, although maybe Will doesn't care because it seems like based on the spring moves, Will seems to be getting promised Khan potentially as Italy goes into Smyrna to kill the Turks. So perhaps there's a 13-13 to be had here. But either way, into the fall.
Denmark does get taken, but Denmark is given basically to the French.
Yeah, this is a Is this really a 13-12 to Aurora that you're giving up? Wow.
Nick, what are you
Will.
doing, man? You got to self bounce in Venice just in case. Don't do this. Don't hold. Self bounce in Venice. Come on, Nick.
Wow. I mean, look at the comment that we just got sent in by Will. That is insane.
Because he predicted her to win for the Nostradamus Award?
Wow. Wow. I mean, if you don't have anything nice to say, then don't say.
No. This is the definition of secondary motivation. That's the very definition of it.
Wow. Well, I'm in a 2-board tournament, and Aurora you can at least get a shared board top. I think you can probably safely assume you'll get another game with Aurora later, which you can help Aurora's tournament chances in. But you're sitting here looking at the face of like a 14 center Russia, if executed correctly, potentially even higher. I think you said it yourself in hindsight, it's obviously insane, but I think that's potentially an understatement.
Well, let me say this. People can play any way they want.
Yes,
And
that's
sometimes
true.
on DBN, we tend to say, well, if I was such and such, I wouldn't have done that. Therefore, I think that's the wrong way. Yeah, I know, but that's because people get to play the way they want. And sometimes secondary motivations are as important to people as anything else. And also want to say Aurora is very persuasive. And they just may have enjoyed their relationship so much that Will thought that it was fine. In addition to the Nostradamus thing, it was fine for Aurora to take the board top because you just enjoyed working together. I have to admit, I have done that before. I really enjoyed working with someone. It was a great relationship, a great partnership. Okay, take the board top. I have done that. So we sometimes, if we're just about winning the tournament, that's fine, but that's not necessarily the way everybody plays. There are some very experienced players who play in diplomacy tournaments who are actually not that interested in winning the tournament. They've got other things they're trying to accomplish. Knowing that can be an important tool in diplomacy.
Well, out of all the motivations to give up a board top or shared top or whatever might have been on the table, that is one of them. So congratulations to Aurora for a 13 center French top, and congrats to Will for a still quite large 12 center Russia. Managed that south very well. Italy survives as well. We cannot say the same for the other small powers who valiantly fought until the very end. But, oh, sorry, we haven't actually gone through to the draw state. Yeah, there we go. Who valiantly fought to the very end, but ultimately all met the same fate. So sorry about that to Lucian, Richard, Andy, and Daniel. We will remember you. You did quite well under the circumstances. So this is the part where I would normally bring Isaac back, but he has mysteriously vanished from his home in the UK. So I wonder if he's teleported to Timbuktu or somewhere else. I'm not quite sure, but
no, he's there.
He just got back. There we go. Perfect timing. Hi, Isaac.
I've been here for like half an hour, Patrick. Are you sure you can do this?
Yes, you were not there 2 minutes ago. Either that or your camera was frozen. Okay. Anyway. We're going to give David a break now for this next board. In that case, we can stay on the rotation we had planned. Alrighty. Anything to add on that board, Isaac?
No, just very well played by Aurora and Will. They took advantage at the appropriate moments to pivot and managed. I think the key thing in that game that they both did really well, more Aurora, is managing smaller power relationships, with Will managing that relationship with Turkey for a little bit and Aurora managing that relationship with England that just gives you those extra power and that extra unit.
Yeah. All right. So let's head on over to round 2 now. Actually, before we do that, let's have a quick look at the standings as of the current round 1 scores. Here we go. So Aurora had the highest top out of anybody, of course, with 13. That puts her just over Rob, the other sole topper from that last round. You'll notice that she has exactly 6 points more than Rob out of 7,000 something. So center counts really are only used as a tiebreaker here, essentially. If you get a top, that's a big block of points. Every top is worth the same, except for a tiny bit of change for tiebreakers. So keep that in mind as we continue on here in the tournament. And then, of course, Will, John, Nick, April, Ian, Josh, and some others here, they all got some okay first round scores that should keep them in contention if they can back them up with strong results in the next couple rounds. So let's head over to round 2, board A now. And in Austria, we have Oliver Bach, who notably did not play in round 1. In England, Ian Rudnick. In France, Rob O'Brien. In Germany, Peter Cook. In Italy, Lucien Gagliola. In Russia, Aurora Adaman. And in Turkey, Nick Atkis. So both of the players who topped the boards in round 1 are on the same board now in round 2, albeit not as direct neighbors. So, Isaac, how do you think that's going to affect the board dynamics here with both of them sort of knowing what they've already done?
Less than I think it would, just off of their actual placement. Like, they're in Russia and France, which means their ability to interact is limited by sort of what other people let them do. So I think that's going to lead to less obvious fighting than you would have if you were neighbors, and more sort of behind the scenes management where France may try and push England north, or Russia may try and push Turkey or Italy into the Med going west, etc., etc.
All right, then. And in terms of, we have a bit of a quick correction here, noting that there's a 300-point bonus for each center above second place in the system. This is, of course, the difference between Carnhick and Vanilla Carnage scoring. So thank you for shouting that out, John. But of course, they were still almost tied outside of the center counts because, of course, their gap to second place was both 1 in their respective boards. So still a very close contest at this point. And let's head on to the map to see where that's going to go next. In spring 1901, Isaac, let's have you on the odd years.
We have boring openings. Ian, boring. Rob, boring. Peter decides to do something exciting and interesting, where he opens to Burgundy. Ian's interesting as well. Going to English Channel. You have this wonderful thing that can happen in an EG where you go, those DMZs that we made with France, what if we were just like, nah, don't feel like it. And then it's a really great way of getting a tempo move in on France. France always struggles to come back from a position like this. It's possible, but it's tricky. In the East, we've got the old school opening. And other than that, we have absolutely nothing noteworthy.
All right, into the fall then. See if France can recover from that presumably quite blindsiding attack.
France, potentially. They get England to walk out into Belgium, which is a good start. They bounce Paris. They go up 2, so this could certainly have gone a lot worse for the French than it did. As England comes up to Norway, Aurora's led into Sweden. You have some concern about Trieste when your concern should have been Galicia. Not that you could have stopped it. As Aurora drops into Rum, while there's a move up to Black Sea anyway. So the East seems to be AI, maybe an air, but it's still too early to say anything definitive at this point about either side. This game is marred in mystery.
Yeah, it's quite a good outcome for France, though, after that initial scare of the English Channel and Burgundy moves, as they still get to build two, just like any other Winter 01.
Well negotiated to get England to walk into Belgium there.
Yeah. That is often the plan anyway for EGs, trying to get the jump on France, because that's just a safe place to retreat into, but maybe France had a hand in that. I wouldn't put it past Rob at all. So 2 builds for France, England, and Germany, and Russia, and Austria. So everyone's being nice and efficient, claiming all the neutrals in 01. And then 1 each for Italy and Turkey as well. Darcy, interesting that Turkey chose to cover up Smyrna with the army rather than just keeping it in Con. Do you think that says much about their build? What's their approach?
I mean, I think it's more because they probably view Fleet Con as a more flexible fleet position. I mean, it could be an army con build, but Yeah, I think it's most likely indicative that we'll see a fleet con come down.
Yeah. And then, Isaac, I mean, if Russia went into Rome with the fleet, perhaps they would have made peace with the idea that Turkey might go to Black Sea. But if you're Russia here, do you feel threatened by this Turkish position, and are you going to build aggressively in order to make that feel a bit less stressful?
I mean, you definitely put something in Sev here, though. I think it's an army rather than a fleet. You put something in Sev to be able to have reasonable defense. But if it's an army, you still have the play to actually be able to work with the Turks if that's the way you decide you want to go. Whereas a fleet just locks you two into a huge war that probably isn't going to achieve that much for you.
Yeah, we already saw the perils of building double fleets, of course, in round one with April's Russia, I believe it was. So Aurora decides, you know what? I want the fleet Sev anyway. That's how much I hate Turkey. Alrighty then. Fleet Sev for Russia, clearly signaling affinity towards Austria and perhaps Italy too, but mainly just anti-Turkish intent, along with Army Moscow.
Those English builds showing that although England went to Belgium, they did not make peace with France.
Oh, yeah, England's still EG all the way, and so is Germany, but that translated to Peter building double armies. So perhaps this is one of those EGs that is just not going to menace Russia, and they're going to all mind their own business while France and Turkey die. That does happen sometimes. And then Austria, double armies, Italy, fleet Naples, nothing to really discuss there. And Darcy called it out nicely that con opening up was very much for a flexible fleet build, and I'm sure Nick will be thanking his lucky stars that he has that now that Russia has done what they've done. All right, into spring of 1902, Darcy, how do things shake out?
So we see an AT forms in the east, with Romania getting taken by Turkey as Turkey decides not to move into support holding Black Sea, and instead moves their fleet out into Aegean and Smyrna up into Con. Galicia is not taken, however, with Warsaw being support holding Galicia, and Italy not really doing too much, just dipsy doodling around their fleets, and a failed attempt on Marseille, as there is a correct guess. It's not really a guess. A correct move set in not defending Paris works out for Rob. However, what doesn't work out for Rob is the fleets all moving optimally against him, as Liverpool moves to North Atlantic Ocean, Belgium moves to English, and London moves to Wales, getting ready to move to Irish. Germany pushes into Belgium from Holland, and the EG attack continues, and the AT is on the other side of the board.
Yeah, we've seen some great tactical decision making from Rob so far, as you're shouting out. Of course, with him playing online mostly, although he plays a bit of everything, but he's mostly an online extended deadline press kind of guy. So normally he has a lot of time to hash out the tactics of his turns with 24 or even 48-hour deadlines. But when you play as much as he does and as well as he does, it starts to come a bit more naturally to you. So well done to Rob so far, although the pressure is going to keep coming unless something changes in Fallout 2. Darcy?
In fall, we see Ian manages to convince Peter that the way that we trade centers is by I get Denmark, which you don't see every day. And Picardy is blown up, as Burgundy is also backfilled. So a little bit less of a good turn for Rob this time around. However, Rob does manage to block any further movement by England around Mid-Atlantic Ocean, as it seems like there were some suboptimal tactics around getting into Irish Sea. Furthermore, we see that Italy is reacting to the formation of the AT by convoying into Albania and blocking an attack on Venice. However, Russia doesn't get back into Romania, but does get to keep hold of Galicia for now.
I'd argue that this is a bit of a weird move from the English, from the Germans to agree to this. Like, I think even if you want to do this center trade, weirdly enough, I think Holland is actually much better for you because it's much more retakeable and it's much more controllable in a way that, like, now you've lost Denmark. How are you ever going to get that back without England just walking out of it?
Yeah, so it gives England a bit more leverage. That's why, when I'm playing England, I love to prioritize Denmark over really any other center game against Germany because it's so easy to just use that as a bottleneck to make sure that nothing else in the north can be threatened. Sweden, St. Pete, North Sea, whatever else. It's very useful to have. So Peter might regret that later, but at the same time, I feel like he's one to be fairly comfortable with giving his allies a bit more leverage on the board because he can negotiate himself into a fine position anyway. He's just that likable. So we have a rebuild for France, which crucially Rob cannot put down. So that's the first major faux pas of his defense so far. Of course, the guess has only gotten harder and harder with each turn, so you can't really blame him for that. And then a build that will get to be put down for Turkey thanks to the capture of Rome. And that could be an army or a fleet, really. Fleet to help break Ionian, army to help break Sev. It ends up being a fleet, so Italy should be very, very afraid indeed. And not much else to discuss. So into spring of 03, Isaac.
We see England pushing, Germany pushing. Progress getting into Irish Sea, but nothing further. As Rob continues to successfully defend, guessing correctly around Gascony and Picardy. We see some nice tactics from Italy as they go push down to take Greece, as there seems to be a misorder here for the Turks, meaning that they will hang on to Ionian for another potentially crucial turn. The Russians drop down into Armenia and hang on to Sweden just fine as they continue to defend themselves in the east, inviting the Germans into Bohemia to say, help me, I am dying.
Yeah, it's still a pretty good line from Russia for now, at least, because as we already went over, Turkey did not build an army, so they don't have that crucial piece to fill Armenia and guarantee Sev, and that's bought Aurora a bit more time.
And now Aurora, with that nice move to Armenia, has created a guess between Sev and Ankh.
Yeah, and as we've already seen, when Aurora has time and room to maneuver, she tends to use it fairly well. So we'll see if she can turn that into some more positive momentum into fall of 03. Isaac?
We see getting into Black Sea and gets back into Romania. So a very nice turn as...
Loses Sev.
Loses Sev.
To a retreat as well.
Yeah.
Yikes.
It's unfortunate, but it's a workable position. As it also seems like Turkey is split with that. Oh no, Turkey. There's a bounce in Serbia just to defend against the Italian. As there's an attempt to backfill Aegean there, which I don't know that I love, but is fine. And the Germans get into Paris as the English get into Brest. So Rob, not doing great, but hanging on as well as he can as the English push up to Norway, now putting Sweden back at risk.
Yeah. Now that I look at it, this seems like you could call this forward progress for Aurora anyway, because Sev's going to be retaken. She's in Black Sea now, and Romania isn't really as easy for Turkey to retake if they're not in Black Sea or Serbia. So
Austria supported Galicia into Romania. This
exactly,
is the AT has collapsed.
Yeah. So that is important to mention as well. So more of an Austria-Russia alliance now, and Italy's place is uncertain because they're not fully coordinated with Turkey at this point. Clearly, the trust isn't all the way there with Aegean going to Greece, but perhaps they can get on the same page now that there's a concerted effort against both of them. Either way, England has a build, Germany has a build, so the West is moving along, even if the East is taking some time to figure itself out. And Italy builds as well from Greece. Fleet Naples, Army Berlin, Fleet London are the choices there, and Fleet Mao comes off for Rob, so just trying to consolidate his position in Iberia at this point. Into spring of 04, moving right along, Darcy.
We see a formation of a juggernaut, actually, which is interesting. As Black Sea convoys Sev into Bulgaria and Romania supports Bulgaria into Serbia. So potentially, well, it's at least good work from Nick, who has managed to get a lot out of this. However, with Smyrna moving up to Con, you've got to worry that this could potentially just be some quick maneuvering by Turkey back around against Russia, but we'll have to see. Further in the west, we see Sweden gets taken and Aurora decides to pivot. And Peter moves on Warsaw, which is now guaranteeable. So not the best turn for Aurora there. And we see what must be a Janissary deal get taken by Rob here as Paris backfills Burgundy as Burgundy moves into Munich, and Rob moves Marseille to Piedmont, and Gascony backfills that with Portugal moving to Spain. So it seems like a deal's been cut to keep Rob alive, and the EG rolls forward.
Yep, so Rob's one remaining fleet here will be very useful as a crowbar, you could say, to pry the Med open for England. So Italy should be perhaps a bit worried here, as they haven't gotten into an Austrian dot yet this turn. They're just helping Turkey with that. So into fall 04, Darcy, does Italy get a pound of flesh?
Italy does not. Italy holds on to Greece. Support holds Serbia in the process, which stops Austria from taking it back. And the AT does, in fact, get back together, as I was concerned about, as Bulgaria takes Romania with support from Austria, and Ankara takes Black Sea, and Aurora decides to pivot, probably for the best. Further pain gets added as Aurora sees Livonia gets convoyed into, Warsaw gets taken, Silesia gets walked into, Munich walks into Tyrolia, and Germany pushes forward everywhere. And Ian takes West Med, takes backfills Mid-Atlantic Ocean, and Rob moves into Tuscany and Piedmont. So the West just completely rolling into the East now, and this is definitely going to be an EG top.
Yeah, as well as Rob defended for a couple of years there, and as questionable as that exchange of Denmark may have seemed at the time, there are some boards where it just feels like nothing can stop an EG, and this is becoming a very beautiful, perhaps unstoppable EG very, very quickly here. Interesting to note that Austria supported themselves to Serbia while supporting Turkey into Rum. So even if the AT is actually back together here, there may have been an agreement to give Austria Serbia that was reneged on. And so there might be still more tension between literally everybody in the East. And that is bad news if you're interested in stopping this Western powerhouse that is barreling towards all of them.
I mean, this messing around in the East certainly makes it harder. But there is I would say, reasonably strong argument to be made that EG is one of, if not the fastest alliance in the game. So when you see one coming, you got to start working out what you're going to do pretty quickly.
Yep. And going into the builds, England and Germany get more fuel for the fire for their own wars. Turkey gets a build as well from Serbia at the expense of the Austrians. Turkey might regret not letting them have that army later, but we'll find out. It's a fleet anchor. It's a fleet anchor. Okay. Army Eddie, Army Munich. Those make more sense. Darcy, do you have any logical explanation for a fleet Ankara?
I mean, based off of Will deciding to go for Nostradamus Award last game, maybe there's some sort of award for most fleets next to Black Sea. That's about the extent to which that makes sense. But yeah.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Well, it's still just as good for taking Sev as an army in Ankh, to be fair. So maybe that's that's the direction Nick's going with this. Either way, spring of 1905, Isaac, we'll find out in due time.
We've got a lovely little bounce in Armenia as there's continued pressure here, pushing down into Greece. Nick having successfully played the sides in the east off of one another. France continuing this Janissary-style forward movement as we get a convoy over into Norway, and the Germans push down into Bohemia while retaking Denmark. So England is presumably going to grab something to even that out.
Both Tunis and St. Pete. Beautiful.
Yeah. That's it. It just like EG's EGing, Turkey's taking advantage, everyone else is just clinging on for dear life.
Yep. We're getting into more of a tactics game here, but very quickly we've gotten back to a pretty normal EG position where Denmark is not English. So glad they got back to that and in the fall.
So England takes Tunis and St. Petersburg as Germany reclaims Denmark. England pushes back to the Channel and Germany pushes back up to Belgium. So clearly some level of mistrust or concern there from both sides, just wanting to make sure that everything's fine. The Germans pushed the Russians down into Rum, which makes sense. Turkey's like your big concern on this board, so you want to do what you can to make them weaker. And the East is also helping you with that, as Serbia is blown up and Trieste is taken as the East to help you be able to grab Bohemia. So the EG is just continuing to roll with France along for the ride for the moment.
Yeah, and as I was sort of alluding to earlier, this is kind of the risk of taking Serbia off of Austria last year as Turkey. Because if you take too much after a certain point, your neighbors are just going to get fed up with you and say, you know what, I can't make this defense anymore because of you, so I'm just going to ruin your game on my way out. And Nick is feeling the effect of that now. So unfortunate for him, but he should still survive this game given the time, given there is a time limit ultimately. So into the winter, you have a poll for Italy, 2 more builds for Germany, 1 for England. So EG continuing to hum along really, really well here. I guess you could call it a Western triple since France is still contributing somehow, but it is in effect an EG in its construction, or rather in its function. So Fleet Berlin, Army Kiel
to as an EGF.
That's a great way to put it, actually. So Army Kiel, Fleet Berlin for Germany, and an Army London for England. Presumably, this is the part of the alliance where, as was already mentioned by those moves to Belgium and the Channel, they don't really need all of the units on the front line. They're rolling. They know they got what they need, so they're just putting up more fences, essentially. Good fences make good neighbors, as we've said before. Unless, of course, England wants to use this as a casus belli for the stab, which is not impossible.
I think that's why you put down the second fleet if you're Germany, is to say, no, England, you can't just do that for free.
Yeah, certainly he needs it, but Ian could still act offended by it. Most certainly. Darcy, would you stab Germany here as England?
No. You have Spain, Portugal, probably Moscow. I don't think you need to stab Germany, at least not yet. And I don't think I would. I think you can get just a massive score here in an alliance and work off of that.
Yeah. And Ian, of course, mentioning Nick's kind of new and just kind of a little overwhelmed by the situation, which makes total sense. It's very easy to panic and try and make some unfortunate decisions when someone else when there's clearly a big unstoppable force barreling towards you in this EG. So,
I mean, I also think like it is, although it didn't work here in a less stable West, it could be very effective play, because playing your neighbors off of one another is a really effective way to be able to get some significant movement as the Turks when everyone's trying to kill you. You kind of have to find one person who isn't willing to kill you at a time, because you'll very, very rarely get two at once.
Yeah, Nick's demonstrated a pretty solid understanding of how to be successful as Turkey in terms of the ideas he's been trying to play with, but it's just the execution so far that he'll work on in future games. So seems like it's been fun for him. Hopefully it's been fun for everybody here. And we go into spring of 06. Darcy, what do you see?
All right. So we see English Channel moves to Mid-Atlantic Ocean, getting ready to move on France, probably at least one center's worth this turn. We see Ian convoys back up into Norway, and we see some disengagement by Peter around Denmark, with Denmark pulling back into Kiel. However, Berlin does move to Baltic. Potentially, we could start to see a bounce in Denmark take place from next turn onwards. Aurora attempts to get Ian to stab Peter for Warsaw. However, that did not get taken. And Aurora makes a good point of, what did Ukraine do here? Because how did Romania fall?
Ukraine supported Moscow, and I think this dovetails into what Aurora mentioned here, is that she was working with the EG, but then she asked for Warsaw back, and Peter decided not to give it back. So presumably there's some priority there with her selective defense moving the other way now.
Yes. So Aurora loses Romania here to Nick. And meanwhile, in Italy, Rob takes Rome. So that's +1 for Rob. However, I don't think he will be keeping the +1. But yeah, EG just continues rolling, and Turkey benefits a little bit.
Yeah, for those who don't have the good fortune to keep Janissaries very often, rule number 1 of having a Janissary: don't let them build. So now that France is getting into Rome, it's kind of a no-brainer for England to go ahead and swoop in behind to take probably Spain here, so that fleet can get somewhere else as quickly as possible. Portugal takes a bit longer to get out of. Into the fall. Oh, no, it's Portugal.
In fall, we see Portugal gets taken. However, France will be building as they also get into Naples, and Germany gets into Venice with French support. England gets into Moscow with German help. And Austria gets Bulgaria, which is quite funny. So Austria going up to 3, however, has nowhere to build it.
Yep.
But yeah, EG just continues pushing forward. It'd be interesting to see if France actually does put the build down. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll throw this one to Isaac now that you seem to be settled down after whatever that was.
I got invaded by a cat.
You don't get invaded by a cat. If it comes into your room, you put it on camera. That's how you do it. I do it with my cat. Anyway, Isaac, if you're England here, would you rather have France put something down here that's helpful to you, like an extra fleet, or would you rather them wave?
Honestly, I'd rather France waved or built an army. I think a fleet is arguably the worst case situation if I'm England. Like, that army has the ability to go and pester Germany in a way that's much more annoying. Like, Germany has to defend Paris and Munich and Belgium if there's an army that gets built here. Whereas, what do I have to do to defend? I have to send north to English Channel. And then I'm fine. So I think I'm happy with either a wave or a army build here, but not a fleet.
Yeah, that's fair. And then Peter giving us some context. Aurora, understandably, a bit resigned at this point as things are crashing down from all sides. we'll see if she can maybe eke out a survival in Sevastopol, since she is a part of a stalemate line if Turkey can somehow establish the part of it that he needs to protect his own centers, at least. The 13 center stalemate is not possible because Italy's completely gone already, but at the very least, Turkey can protect their own dots for whatever time is left here if they play the cards right. So we'll see how that unfolds. But in the meantime, we've got 2 builds for England, 1 for Germany, 1 for France, 1 for rebuild for Austria, actually, that they can't put down. So that might hasten Oliver's demise. Oop, wrong thing. There we go. And it's a fleet build. So Isaac has been spurned. Clearly, according to Rob, he just knows nothing and should never be a Janissary master. And so a fleet comes down, and a fleet comes down for England as well in London, and an army Liverpool. So more forces being amassed for Ian, presumably for a bigger push into the Med, and then Army Munich, as well as Army Sev coming off, and Tuscany and Apulia. Alrighty then, into spring of 1907. Isaac, go right ahead.
We have an attempt to cover Spain, to which Ian says, "No, I'm taking Spain. Deal with it. You don't need this many units. That's 1 more than you should have." As England pushes down to be able to convoy, presumably onto France again, as they drop down into Sev, as Germany starts picking up more in the Balkans, grabbing Budapest and Trieste here.
Yeah,
as France seems to have potentially got a bit hesitant. There's no support into Ionian, and there's this attempt to go back to Spain, which is a very risky move to make because it's a great way for your overlords to go, "You're not doing what we want. Let's just kill you."
Yeah, but on the flip side, this is also why you don't let your Janissaries build, because if they do, then they might get some funny ideas about not helping you. Mm-hmm. So England is experiencing that now. And then, oh my gosh, Will, regretting his Nostradamus award throw, because, well, predicting Aurora to win and then seeing Aurora die in round 2 can't feel very good. Well, this is why you don't play for other people until the last round of the tournament. Well, one of the many reasons.
Aurora will just solo in round 3. Easy.
Yeah, because you can control your own fate to some extent in subsequent rounds if you play for yourself. But if you play for other people might not agree that she should win. And so we see that here. But maybe she'll still survive. Maybe England walks through Sev or something, or puts her into Rum. There is still time for her to find a solution here. The question is, though, does she, Isaac?
Nope. She does. She survives in Romania with, again, that management by the EG going, right, let's keep the East chaotic. Aurora's our friend. We'll keep Aurora alive, and they can deal with whatever else is going on. As England picks up Spain, but not Marseille yet. England takes Belgium, presumably by agreement. Denmark also presumably by agreement.
Why?
They probably just want to have a shared top.
This is not a shared top. England's going up Sev, Spain, Belgium, Denmark. Germany's not building because they lost 2 of their own dots. This is 14-10.
And it's not a stab, because if it was a stab, Belgium would be a convoy.
It's not a stab. Ian, I don't know what this is.
Peter just really, really likes Ian.
Peter, please do not say you're doing this to help Ian win Nostradamus, so that you win your Nostradamus.
Yeah.
If we could get some clarification, I would love some clarification because.
Yeah. Well, let's go through the turn first. See if there's a 1908.
Yeah, for sure. I will say this doesn't surprise me with Peter as much as it might for others. Especially the later you get into a game, Peter, he is the kind of guy who's more willing to compromise about final center counts if he's really enjoyed an alliance. So this makes some sense. I remember a game that I had with him at Weaselmoot last year at DipCon, where his France fell behind Nicolas Sahuge's Germany, and the plan was for a shared top, but after a certain point, he just decided I wasn't worth the trouble of gutting for the centers he'd need to get even. So he was just fine with second after like 8 or 9 years, maybe more. Don't quite remember. But yeah, either way, makes a little bit more sense from that perspective. But the result is quite nonsensical. 4 builds for England. Goodness me. As well as a build for Turkey and disbands for basically everyone else. And we also say goodbye to Austria and Italy this year. Sorry, Lucian. Sorry, Oliver. Sometimes your side of the board just doesn't really resolve, and the other does, and it bites you. There are games like that. All right, so it's a fleet con from Turkey, presumably to fill that Black Sea-sized hole in his line. Makes a lot of sense. Everything is waived by England, so Ian clearly values the points more than the units, which I would as well. But yeah, the end result of this is it's probably going to go to a draw if
I would
Ian's
imagine
not
so.
if Ian's not putting anything down. Yep, that is the final board position. So congrats to Ian for a massive 14 center top, the largest result we've seen this tournament so far. Gosh,
This is a strange. I mean, I see what Ian's put in chat saying. I sold Peter that after our crummy first round, one of us should get a big top to have a chance in the tournament. I get the logic. I'm just not sure. I mean, I understand if you're a bit exhausted, a bit tired, you had a bad first round, you've had a really good alliance this game. Like I get that.
yeah.
But
Let me just go back and
yeah.
see their scores from the first round. Ian had a. Ian had a small survival. It's not terrible.
I mean, Ian is a better negotiator than me for convincing someone to give a 2 dot.
Yeah. Oh gosh. But again, hey, this is a character thing. You know, Peter is more permissive with his allies when he just really enjoys playing with them for a long time. And Peter played with Ian for so long as an ally in this tournament that he played with them both for this AI in round 1 and this EG in round 2. So making a lot more sense the more we talk about it, to be honest. Either way, we're going to go ahead and bring David back. Hello. Anything to add from our discussion here on this game?
No, as always, you guys have it under control.
Lovely. In that case, we're going to go ahead and give Darcy the next break. See you again in a bit. And we're going to move right along into round 2, board B. Wow. All right. So in Austria, we have quite a few players on this board that did not play in round 1. So we'll talk about that in a sec. But in Austria, we have Daniel Brott, who did play in round 1. In England, James McDonald, who did not. In France, Mike Yablon. In Germany, Charles Thatcher. In Italy, John Bin. In Russia, Sebastian Warden. And in Turkey, Will Yarrington. So, David, I think since you organized DixieCon, and a lot of people go to DixieCon for the other games more than diplomacy, or for a mix of both, right? So you get a lot of guys at that tournament who maybe play 1 or 2 rounds, but don't stick around for the whole thing. What impact does that have on how a board works when there are some people who maybe only just playing that round and others are playing for the tournament win?
It sometimes has an impact, but I don't think it has as much of an impact as people might think. Typically speaking, the players who are in that category are not going for it. They're not affecting the game in the way that if you just had somebody come in who was a very motivated player but just happened to play 1 round or something, that can really change how that particular board's dynamics work. But I think when you've got people who may or may not care that much about the tournament setting, it's a little bit more like playing a pickup game or even a club game. And therefore, sometimes secondary motivations can matter even more than they do. We've already seen it matter in this tournament for people who are playing the whole tournament. But for people who are not, you can sometimes end up with some secondary motivations to try to figure out, as the player who really wants to top the board, what are these secondary motivations and how can I give them what they want in a way that helps me?
All right.
Like some people who are going to come to play a game, like a game in a tournament, they just want to have a good time, or they just want to feel like they've had an influence over the outcome, or they just want to learn. I've never played an FG Alliance. What is that like? I mean, there's some things like that can enter into a tournament setting, not just for one time, one and done players, but also even tournament players who are not that experienced. They're mainly there to learn and to have a good time. And if you can figure out how to give them that while you top the board, then bully for you.
Learning is always better when it gains you dots. I mean, if you're a teacher, teachers get paid, right? You get paid something, so you should get paid too if you're helping teach someone how an alliance works.
That is one way of looking at it, Patrick.
Mm-hmm. All right, spring 1901. We're going to go ahead and give David the odd years this time, so let's jump right in.
All right, openings. What do you have in store for me? You have another Galicia DMZ, which is interesting. You've got a little bit of a Tyrolean adventure with the army from Italy going north. You have Paris holding, which is really fairly unusual in today's meta, which combined with Munich holding is really unusual to not have either of them move. You got Russia going north, which sometimes pairs nicely with a Galicia DMZ. And you have not the old-fashioned Turkish opening by going to Ankara with the army. But otherwise, I'd say, an interesting 1901 for sure with those holds.
New school opening, since we're on the subject of teachers. I think this Galicia DMZ is very interesting in that it's become very, very common. It used to be, at least like back when I joined the hobby, and even I would say back even 12 months ago, that every game you would go into, you would be expecting to see a bounce in Galicia, and you'd be surprised if you saw a Galicia DMZ. These days, you can disagree with me if you think I'm wrong, but I'd say the reverse is true these days, that you're expecting to see a DMZ and a bounce is quite surprising when it shows up.
I'm not sure what the statistics to show on that, but it's certainly true that we have seen not just the Galicia DMZ, we've seen more AR alliances in the last 6 months, I think, than we had seen in the 18 months before that. I played one at DipCon, and I hadn't played an AR alliance in a long time, but Jason Bennett and I ran one pretty well. And I think that has been a little bit of a trend lately. It's interesting how the meta changes over time.
Yeah, you ran that AR a little bit too well, David. But
Patrick, I forgot you were on that board. Never mind.
That's a topic for another time. Yeah,
I forgot you were on that board. Sorry.
You tend to forget about ants you crush under your boot. I understand. Anyway, follow one.
You're lucky I remember anything from 2 weeks ago. All right, let's see. We don't really know for sure, but putting the army in Romania with support of Austria is an interesting way to go. I think the last time we saw it tonight, it was the other way around, and they put the fleet in there, and that was a little bit of a slower go. So with the army, we'll see what that means. But nobody goes to the Black Sea, so that's interesting too, that Turkey has flipped around with its fleet. No Trieste loan. In fact, we got a little poke on Munich, which is interesting. I think perhaps they thought Germany might be going to Ruhr here, and they might be able to slip in and take a little Munich for their trouble. Convoy the army to Norway. Probably because Russia had moved north, but Russia goes to Finland, goes to Baltic probably because Germany said, I'm going to bounce you, or at least he thought that Germany was going to bounce him. So that's the traditional response to that, is to go to Baltic to make it a little more painful for Germany to do this, puts them a little bit more out of position. But the Sweden to Finland is with the idea that he's going to build in St. Pete. So we'll see if that's what happens here.
Yeah, and of course, when Russia chooses to do this, go to Baltic to punish Germany for trying to bounce Sweden, it can often be done in coordination with England. Like sometimes England will tell Russia, "Hey, listen, Germany's bouncing Sweden. If you want to not bounce it and punish him some other way, then we can do that." But in this case, usually when that happens and England's in on it, it means England's convoying to Denmark. They're opening up the opportunity to do that. So the fact that England has still gone to Norway here will probably be pretty reassuring for Charles that he's still on his side, and that might affect the war in the north quite significantly. So let's go ahead into the winter of 01. 2 builds for Austria, Germany, and France, 1 for everybody else. It's going to be lots of fleets. Fleet Eddy, Fleet North Coast, Fleet Berlin, Fleet Smyrna, Fleet Naples, double from France. So going to be a lot of action on the high seas. Anything that you guys are especially surprised by on these builds?
Fleet Brest with no Fleet London, and 2 fleets from France in general. Mike's going all in on the anti-English sentiment. And maybe Russia will help, but you're kind of far away from Russia at the moment.
Or we might be seeing our first... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's also theoretically possible that France is going to go into the Med here and make us into some kind of triple situation.
Yeah.
The Berlin fleet versus the Kiel fleet is an interesting choice. I mean, it's probably because Denmark is open that they did it this way, so that you could go Kiel to Denmark and Holland to Kiel and still take Baltic with the fleets. That's probably, but it's not ideal to have Denmark covered with an army.
Yeah. Being in Sweden in the first place isn't defensively ideal for Germany. That's why it's considered a punishment when Russia lets them in there.
Exactly.
So it's a pretty awkward spot for Charles, but he still has the tools and potentially the allies to navigate it. And we'll confirm or disprove that in spring of 1902. Isaac.
We have a push up into Skagerrak, and we have a taking of Sweden with some good tactics from Sebastian, but that should be retakeable in the fall. Maybe that's what Skagerrak was for. Maybe it's there to be annoying to the Germans. Hard to say. France is pushing up around to try and grab Belgium, which they will have guaranteed with that fleet moving up to Picardy and Paris going to Burgundy, as their other fleets push to Spain and Mid-Atlantic, which is where they tend to like to sit, just to sort of prevent Italy from coming towards them and to prevent England from coming towards them. Meanwhile, in the east, we see what looks to be an air pushing up on the line, Bohemia, Tyrolia. There's a move up to Galicia, which I think is just to get extra pressure from like Silesia with those Russians pushed north, because at the same time, Austria is supporting the Russians from Romania down into Bulgaria. As Russia takes the Black Sea and Italy takes the Aegean. Everything around Turkey looks too coordinated for Galicia to be a stab.
Yes, that's probably right, but it does give the Austrians some flexibility later, even if they're in Silesia. But I think you're probably right that this is just a way to go around and put extra pressure as the AI or the AIR.
Yeah. And shout out to Mike in France for saving us from another triple versus triple game by not going south. So props to France. We get some excitement in this game. Fall of 1902. Isaac, what kind of excitement?
We get a push up into... We get a nice little hostile support from Will. Love a hostile support, because I know we've got some newer people in chat. A hostile support is where you've got two units trying to go to the same place to defend it, and you support one of them in so they get to where they're trying to go, which leads to this sneaky little taking of Romania by the Turks at the cost of Bulgaria, but Bulgaria was lost anyway. And this is indeed the idea that we had around Silesia was correct, that they push up there. Although, interestingly, if you're a cynical man, you move Bohemia up to Silesia. So now you're in Silesia and Galicia. And oh no, you just happen to have two on Warsaw and still be next to Ukraine, rather than moving Galicia out to a more Russia-friendly position. Italy brings the army back to just defend against Austria getting any ideas, as there's a fleet that walks into Belgium unopposed, as seems like Germany's decided that they need to be friends with France. And we were just talking about how this isn't a Western triple. I know a French fleet in Belgium isn't exactly what you would see in it, but other than that, these moves all look pretty triply to me.
No. I disagree,
take that,
Isaac.
I take that to mean
it's-
Isaac expects a fleet Marseille. Then what would you expect, David?
I just think France is just not doing it. They're just not committing. They're taking Belgium. They're not. It's not like they moved to the Med right here with their fleets, which is what they could have done if this was truly a triple. I think this is just opportunism and slower tempo play from the French. But I could be wrong. But that's what I suspect.
They are actively helping the Germans, but I agree. England is more of a question.
I think the fact that Turkey did that nifty move, which, by the way, kudos to Will for that. It was awesome. That does make Russia almost a dead man walking here, and probably would encourage Daniel to potentially pivot and go take those centers for himself. It's possible anyway. Try to make some kind of deal with the Turks.
Yeah. Regardless, whatever's happening in the West right now is a win-win-win situation as they all build. Austria is putting down a unit as well. And, whereas fleets were in fashion in 01, armies are the move in 02, it seems, as we get them in Eddie, Marseille, and Budapest, as well as Berlin. Makes a lot of sense on all fronts, I would think. Are there any surprises here to you guys?
There was an argument for an English fleet with the French sitting in mid-Atlantic and Belgium. But other than that, everything makes sense.
Well, or the army could just stay back and be the defensive unit as well. Hey, don't bother coming over here kind of unit.
Yeah.
Yeah, when England wants to defend themselves from France at home and they want them to go away, an army is pretty good because it doesn't threaten them.
Now,
So
this is the real question: are we getting ready to see France in Piedmont, Western Med, and North Africa, or not? There are people who play tempo, and there are people who sit around and wait for opportunities, a la David Miletsky, Andrew Goff. There's different play styles, so we'll just have to see which way obviously he could also go north here with this situation very easily. So we'll see what Mike decides to do.
Yep. Spring of 1903, a versatile French position shall have its intentions revealed now.
There we go. I mean, the fact that fleet in Belgium was that unit in Belgium was a fleet is an argument for doing this as opposed to going to the Mediterranean. So he has done that. This is obviously a commitment by Mike to go after James. At the same time, James is convoying that army out. It's just too bad for James. The AI take Munich because Berlin was going to Prussia. It could have been that Charles was trying to take a guess there. Are they going to take a three-way shot or a three-power shot at Munich, or are they going to try to get into Prussia first? Those were the possibilities. I think Galicia to Warsaw was exactly what I mentioned earlier, and also taking. I just think that Russia is almost dead. You almost have to replace them with yourself, or even maybe with some other units. So I think that Warsaw is probably going to stay. He's probably going to keep Warsaw, but I guess we'll find out in a minute. What else in the south? We've got, of course, the taking the Romania, which you couldn't hold. Romania goes into Sev, which again was not surprising. Oh, Ankara. Let's see. How's this going to work out? Probably not great for Turkey, but we'll see. It's also not great for Russia either. Advantage AI.
Yep. Very well run AI so far, and a very well run EG until this turn, but they've now been perhaps derailed by France. Now, this position, I'll wait till after fall to grandstand about it, but David, go right ahead.
Yeah, convoy to Livonia, take London. It's just, as I said earlier, it's just very unfortunate for James, but a nice, nifty move by Mike, who also takes Holland while he's at it. So Mike Yablin is now up 3, for goodness sake. The Germans cannot take Munich back, although they try. But again, I'm not sure why you bother, because then Italy could have just retreated to Kiel. So that's one of those situations where that was probably not worth doing. You might as well cover Holland or do something else in that city, or maybe even try to knock the guy out of Silesia or something, because this really wasn't going to, in the long run, help you very much. The Russians are going to survive in Moscow for now. They're also going to take Caen, I noticed. So they got the Austrians supporting them into Caen. The Italians take Greece with support. I wonder what that means.
Makes sense.
Austria
was already bigger than Italy, and he's going up too. So
I mean, I agree that that was the thing, but with support,
it's probably just a trust but verify, right? Like, Bulgaria can't bounce you if you go there with support. It just guarantees the move to go. A little sign of distrust.
I suppose so. I don't know that I would want to leave Aegean in this situation, is what I'm really getting at.
I wouldn't be worried about that for my position if I were Austria. I would be annoyed, though, that Ionian isn't going west now, because clearly, I mean, the Russian fleet's helping out. I don't think you need a ton more help against Turkey, but you both saw when you were negotiating in fall that France had free walks into Liverpool, London, and potentially Holland, although that wasn't guaranteed for them to take that. So you got to think, this is an exceptional circumstance. France is going way faster than we would have ever expected, so we got to respond to that. But they haven't, and that might bite them. So, very well-run AI.
He's building too, so maybe that's intended to be the response. And maybe the fact that he's left Aegean to Greece instead of Ionian to Greece is because John is now going to go west. It's entirely possible.
Yeah. Although a 2-build 6-center Italy against a 3-build 9-center France. Ooh.
Well, France has got other people theoretically that he's dealing with. I mean, the English still have units.
Oh, he's dealing with them all right.
True.
James, what I wanted to say after spring, or thought about saying, is that, James, you did a great job getting the North sorted out. You did a great job working with Germany, but you got hoodwinked here. And this is an important, this is, you're going to learn from this, I'm sure, but there are some situations where you just can't give a guy space while he's not giving you any space, right? When France is sat in mid-Atlantic and in Belgium with fleets that can go up your doorstep anytime you want, or in your back door rather, anytime they want, you can't just leave your whole island open to them, right? You got to keep that extra army build on the island, or something to keep them honest, or negotiate them away, right? One of those two. Otherwise, you get a situation like this where your game, you might not die, right? You have a solid core in the north, but your chances of winning are definitely shot. So, yeah, I hope you can pull through and survive at least, and we'll find out about that. So, 2 fleets from Italy, which gives credence to David's idea about that being the response. 2 fleets from France as well, along with an army in Paris to cover Burgundy. Germany pulls all the units that aren't useful for immediately attacking Munich, and Austria puts down an army in Budapest. Any surprises here? England pulls barons as well.
No.
I don't think so. Those all look fairly sensible to me.
Yeah, I'd say so as well. So let's move right on to Spring of 05 then. Isaac, or David, rather.
No, I think this is Isaac, right?
Yeah.
I think I might have made David do 2 straight years, but either way. Yeah.
No, it's because this is 04 and not 05.
I need to eat before I do these a little more. Anyway, Isaac, yes.
Anyway, we have France dropping into the Med now properly as Italy splits the difference, going to Ionian to be able to defend Tunis or Tyrrhenian. It's a 50-50, whilst also getting back into the Aegean, potentially realizing that Italian fleet was actually needed to finish the takedown of Turkey. Austria walks out of Gal into Ukraine, potentially planning to take Sev here, not sure. Mike continues to push up on the English position, getting bounced out of North Sea, but getting into Liverpool and Yorkshire, trying to set up to take Edinburgh, getting into Burgundy. And James and Charles seem to just sort of be scrambling for survival at the moment. Yeah, like there's not really much. It's basically France versus the East.
Yeah, but I'm not really sure I understand what John was doing here. I mean, if this is why I was worried about leaving Aegean at the end of last turn anyway. If you want to be in Aegean, then your fleet should already be in the Aegean, and you should be moving. So I assumed when he wasn't in the Aegean that he was going to move all 3 of those fleets west, which was probably the right answer. Because in the long run, you were going to be able to defeat Turkey if that's what you really want to do. It'd take a little longer, but you really can't let the French get the jump on you. I'm afraid they sort of did. Because now there's a guess. It wouldn't have been a guess. Now there's a guess.
Yep. Either Tyrrhenian Sea or Tunis could fall here.
Whereas if you were in Tuscany, Tyrrhenian, and Ionian, there would be no guess. Or there would still be a guess, but it wouldn't be as much of a guess.
Yeah, the odds would be in Italy's favor a bit more. So into the fall,
there wouldn't be a guess.
Actually, there would be no guess at all because you've got Tyrrhenian to Tuscany,
Tyrrhenian, Ionian to Tunis.
Exactly.
Yeah. It would still lead to guesses later as the 3rd fleet arrives in North Africa, but yes. All right. Into fall, Isaac.
We have Italy guessing wrong as they lose the Tyrrhenian Sea, but take Bulgaria, presumably by agreement, on account of the fact that they might be about to lose the Tyrrhenian Sea. With a bounce in Marseille, as France gets themselves into the North Sea and gets over in a position to take Eddie. This is just an AI game at this point, I think. AI versus France. Will takes Con from Russia, but Russia's still surviving strong in Moscow, getting braced. Gotta love a good brace. And
Austria, it looks like Austria thought he was going to take Moscow there, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I really advocate for prioritizing taking Sev here, surely, because now Turkey's building, and this is another inherent strength of Turkey's position. We've seen it in different forums on display all day. If you don't kill Turkey in the early game and you're not efficient about it, then eventually outside distractions might come and hurt your ability to kill them at this stage of the game. And that's what we see here in France.
I'm totally with you here, Patrick. He should have taken Sevastopol. I'm totally with you.
Yep, so allowing Turkey to build here. He might not be able to roll him back out of that now that he's got all of his home centers back, especially with that Russian fleet potentially coming off the board. Indeed, it does. So we've got an Army Smyrna from Turkey, Fleet Rome from Italy, no build from England, of course, because Eddie's covered up, and Ruhr comes off for the Germans. So, going right along into spring 1905, David.
All right, so the Turanian couldn't be held now, but I'm not sure I understand why you take it from Rome, because that just means you now have to cover Rome with the retreat to Tuscany. So that I don't understand why you don't take that from Naples. If you guys have a good explanation, I don't see what the explanation would be. Let's see. Yeah, so Edinburgh's gone. That was going to happen. The Turks take Moscow with English and German. Is that the Germans guy in Slovenia? So the English.
Yep, they're both
help
supporting
the Turks take Moscow. Austria does in fact take Sevastopol finally. But now you got all these Turkish units around Black Sea and Armenia. Bulgaria supporting Smyrna to Khan. That's interesting. Maybe that was intended to be some kind of unwanted support or something. I'm not sure. But anyway, yeah, I mean, that's, I understand there's now 4 Italian fleets against the 2 French fleets, but I still think that perhaps it could have been a little bit faster if John had kept the other fleet in the west last turn. At any rate, with French building for Edinburgh and getting in a better position here, France's situation is still pretty decent, even if they lose ground in the Mediterranean.
Yep. And then we also see Budapest holding here,
which it's been doing ever since it was built. Right?
Yeah. Should it be holding that long or at all?
No, not in my opinion.
Yep. Because now
it should be going somewhere. It should be going.
If we flip over to the static board, Sev is exposed because Budapest didn't move to Rome because it's 3 against 2. So once again, as David's been saying, don't hold. Find something else to do, if there is something else to do.
Not only
right. I just don't know why you would hold anyway. I mean, what would be what are you defending again? You're making people feel good, okay? But the Turks are bad guys, so go over to Romania.
Yeah.
So they might get bitten here with the loss of Sev, follow 5. Oh, actually, not after all. Good.
Well, take Moscow instead.
At least they're getting a bill.
They'd still be better off if they were in Romania.
That's right. Okay. Yep. So, yeah, friends took Kiel with English help on that turn as well. So there's some Janissary deal there. As we go into the winter, continuing to roll here from France, we could probably speed this up a little bit on this board. Mike going up 2, Austria going up 1 as well from Moscow, and Turkey rebuilding. Army fleets. All fairly sensible. Spring 06, Isaac.
We have France taking Norway, which was guaranteed. The French pushing a position up into Ruhr as they get kicked out of Kiel, as everyone's decided that actually France is looking a little bit too strong. You see some movement from the Italians getting in position to try and take Lyon, which will be guaranteed in the fall as they push back into Greece. So it seems like the East have sort of calmed down and realized that France is the big problem that they need to deal with and have started positioning themselves in such a way to be able to do that. And Budapest has finally moved to Romania. Very exciting.
Simply amazing.
I mean, maybe it's okay. It's probably too late to do anything about France, honestly, given the position. I mean, do what exactly?
You can probably hold. You can hold them. They can take. What they can take Norway, Sweden, Denmark. They can take 4, so that would put them on 15. You can probably stop them there. Make it so they.
You mean stop him from soloing? Yeah, that wasn't going to happen with him only having 2 fleets in the Mediterranean. I mean, that was
Yeah, probably not Mike's objective anyway, because again, there's probably only 2 or 3 years left in this game based on the time limits.
It's one of those. If there's only 2 or 3 years left, your plan may just be to support hold Kiel, support hold St. Pete, just try and slow him down long enough that he can't get those 2 or 3 extra centers.
Yeah, maybe so.
And now the fall moves.
We have another bounce in Piedmont, a bounce on Lyon, but no taking of Western Med, very interestingly. This was the last opportunity for you to take Western Med
Yeah,
as
that
well.
is
So
that is odd. That's
I
actually
think
kind of
this
odd.
was a missed opportunity here because you can't push France back. Even if you get kicked out of Western Med the immediate next turn, which isn't guaranteed, it at least buys you another turn. I just think
Maybe
you're
the
giving,
game's getting ready to end, though,
yeah,
Isaac.
It's not really locked up at all, though, because as Isaac already mentioned, there are several more dots that France can easily clamp down on
yeah.
here.
I just
I
think
agree, but maybe that's
even maybe this is a controversial opinion, but even if the game's about to end and everyone's saying the game's about to end, you should still make moves as though the game is not about to end because you don't want to give France unnecessary position if the game is to continue.
That's a great point.
Not remotely controversial. Good point.
Yeah. Shout out to Charles Thatcher, by the way, in Germany. When you go down to one center, as really any power, it's kind of rare to build again after that. So the fact that he has is a testament to his ability to be useful and deploy in a way that makes other people feel like he's useful. So
And
good job,
he's
Charles.
building.
I don't think this is good. I don't think there's enough time for this to be a West Ketchum situation, but
No.
because I think West was down to two
Nope.
German dots, and then
Listen, they just really, really wanted there to be a German build. And now there is. Everyone's happy to draw, and the game can be over.
this was a dominating performance by Mike. I mean, not only did he get the jump on James, if France is over there just sort of doing nothing and sort of doing like this with six guys, I mean, and everyone else is bothered with other people, this is what can happen.
Yeah, I'm interested to see. I mean, I guess Mike isn't really thinking in a larger tournament perspective then, because like if he kept pushing up to 15 to the point that his tops were larger than Aurora and Rob's tops from round one, like Aurora and Rob both had bad games in round two. So his bad game in round one kind of is offset and he has a tiebreaker. But maybe Mike just thinks, you know what, I've got the top. That's a good day's work. So we can end it there and everyone can live.
Well, and I think someone's already pointed out, this is a small tournament. You're probably going to see some of these people in the third round. And you want to not look like you were being some kind of ogre taking their stuff when you didn't really.
Yeah, your specific personnel management is much more important in these smaller tournaments than one with 30, 40 people.
Yep.
Yeah, certainly a part of it as well. So let's go ahead and bring Darcy back now that his camera's back on. Do you have any more comments about the theme of this game?
Yes. Mike is apparently not playing the third round as he only revealed after the game ended. So there's your reason for not going for Sweden, Denmark, Kiel sort of area. But no, I mean, I think it's just it's just sometimes games like this happen where one side of the board can't resolve itself quick enough, and the other side of the board just resolves itself just quicker.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. So I am aware that Isaac has another engagement that will force him to take his leave now. So
it's called sleep.
Oh well, that's fair too. But either way,
I've been told that as a member of the evil Brits who engage in the Boston Massacre, I'm not allowed to be here anymore.
I have told you no such thing, and nobody else.
I never said it came from you, Patrick. I just said I'd been told it.
Oh, really?
Did you all know that the British soldiers were largely exonerated in their trial?
Those were all British courts. You shush.
As defended, no, these were American.
John Adams, right?
as defended by John Adams, who famously said during the trial, "Facts are stubborn things.
Mm-hmm.
We may think we want to go crazy and punish these, but the facts actually don't support it. By God, facts are stubborn things."
What do you know about any of that, David? You're not a lawyer.
Nope. I just play one on TV.
Oh, I guess you are. Okay, fair enough.
I must leave now before I start having to use facts. I don't want to use facts. If I use facts, I'll stop winning my games of diplomacy.
Well, thanks so much, Isaac. We really
Get some sleep, you British scurvy dog or whatever you are. Get some sleep.
Okay, thank you. And au revoir.
Thanks, Isaac. Okay, that went a little bit off the rails, but anyway. All right, so we do have a replacement for Isaac lined up. And it's the one and only frequenter of DBN and frequenter of first place trophies at North American tournaments, Ed Sullivan. Welcome to the stream.
I knew that John Adams. I mean, pretty good guy.
Yeah, you were there. I'm thinking. You might have been one of the other defense attorneys in addition to Adams. I, of course, wasn't born yet, Ed, but I think you might have been.
Okay. Order in the court. I'm the judge now. Order in the court. We're gonna have a look at the standings real quick since we are through with round 2 now. So after those 4 boards, Ian Rudnick has taken the lead of the tournament with his not as big round 2 top, but his much better round 1 score compared to Aurora and Rob's round 2s. So he leads with 11,719 points. John Ben remains close behind with 11,513. So if he had a bigger gap and his top than Ian in the next round, he should still be able to win. Same with Rob O'Brien, although he'd need one more center gap on top of that. Aurora in 4th, a bit further back because she did not. Why is Aurora that far back? Is it just the gap? Really? Either way, Aurora fading a bit, but perhaps still able to pull something out here if all 3 above her have a poor game, and then everyone behind them hopes to probably faint, unless there's a solo, of course, because Carnage scoring prioritizes solos quite highly. So we'll keep a lookout for that. But generally, it seems like Ian, John, Rob, and Aurora are going to be the ones to watch on these last 2 boards. So we're going to go ahead and go to... Actually, no, we'll do predictions first. David, who do you think's winning this tournament?
Ooh. I am going to drop down to 3rd and say Rob O'Brien is in a good position to win the tournament. You know, sometimes if you've got 2 boards, right? You got 2 boards in the last round. It may well be that numbers 1 and 2 get targeted in a way that number 3 might not get targeted. So I'm going to go Rob O'Brien.
Ed, you just got here, but I'm going to ask for an opinion anyway.
I'm frequently wrong, but never in doubt. I'm going with my man Ian. I haven't seen either of his games. And unfortunately, Ian has always served as one of my dot farms. So I'm hoping that Ian and goes ahead and gets dots from other Ians. That's what I'm hoping.
Let this be a lesson as to why you keep Ed on the stream instead of at the tournament. Because then
is anybody else envisioning Ed in a famous painting with a pitchfork next to his head? Is anybody else besides me picturing him?
What's that called? Texan Gothic, something like that.
Texan Gothic. That's good.
Yeah. Anyway, Gothic. Darcy, you have been here. So
I'll pick John. He hasn't topped the board, so probably a little bit under the radar. I'm not sure if they would have known the standings going into the final round, but if they didn't, this works in John's favor. And I mean, I'm pretty sure he's won this tournament 2 years ago, I think. Yes. So he's got experience coming out on top in Boston, so probably has a little bit more of a history and recognition from maybe some of the locals or stuff like that. So I'll go with John.
Yeah, Maslow doesn't make any active attempt to hide the standings from his players like some TDs do. First brand. So I think we can safely assume that all of our contenders sort of know where they stand more or less. And with that, we can go ahead into round 3, board A. And you know what? We're just going to go ahead and keep all 4 of us on because chaos. Why not? In Austria, for this one, we have John Bin, tournament contender. In England, April Mihalovic. In France, Charles Thatcher, who we just saw scrap out a great 2-center survival as Germany. In Germany this time, Rob O'Brien, another contender and potential winner as well. In Italy, Will Guerin. In Russia, Lucian Gaiola. And in Turkey, Oliver Bach. I do have a little bit of inside baseball here from Maslow about how this board started, because Lucian in Russia, I don't remember the exact reason. Let me pull that up. Alex had to take over Lucian's position at the start of the game because he was running late to board call. So not every TD would do that. Some would just kick them out of the round, but you know, Alex is nice like that. So Lucian will take over the position in 1904, and everything before that is the TD, who is not playing for score. So that might affect some things. But either way, just based on the assignments, I mean, Ed, you know the principal actors here fairly well. How do you think this board might go between at least John and Rob?
I don't know enough about I think April and Rob knew each other at the Diplo Rats thing because I think April was playing there, but Rob really needs to just weather the storm. And I think if he can weather it, he'll be okay. I mean, both of these guys, I'm looking at Rob and John, are in this central position where they're very vulnerable, and it's hard to final round there when you don't have someone like Patrick trying to kill you. But with anybody trying to kill you, it's difficult. So I whoever weathers the storm better, I'm Captain Obvious here, and I'll go with Rob a little bit because I think it's easier to manage Germany than Austria, but that's just random.
Yeah. Your voice, by the way, your connection might be a little dodgy there because you do have a little bit of interference. So, yeah, go right ahead. I'll move you down then. I'll move you down and give you.
It was fine to only get every other word. If half the number of words from Ed Sullivan would be better than 100% of the words.
David, listen, you had the dessert first with Isaac's wonderful British tones. Now you have to have your vegetables with Ed. Sorry
That's
about
fair. That. That's a good point. That's a good point.
A wide variety of voices in our lives. All right, spring 1901. We'll go ahead and give Darcy the openings here while Ed works his stuff out.
All right, so we see in the West, the big mover is Brest to English Channel. Normally it's England that moves into the channel at the start. So that is of interest. Outside of the move to channel, it's pretty standard from the rest of the West. And in the meanwhile, in the East, we see some early cooperation between Russia and Turkey as Turkey moves Ankara straight into Con instead of a bounce in Black Sea. However, Russia does move into Romania with the fleet, which can sometimes suggest that they are looking at going after Turkey in the long term. Outside of that, Italy moves into Tyrolia, but outside of that, it's pretty standard.
Yep. So France jumping into the channel, and not a ton besides, but still plenty of storylines. Follow one.
All right, in fall, we see continued trust by Turkey with Russia as they move straight into Aegean and move Smyrna up to Ankara. Further, we see Italy snipes Vienna from Austria. So some early doors fighting, which could spell disaster for John. And, I mean, Will needs to kill John or at least finish above John to have a chance at winning the tournament. So Will going aggressive out the doors for his goal. However, Lucian playing it a little bit slower by just self-bouncing Galicia, which could be due to the fact that it's actually the tournament director at the moment and not wanting to fully end a tournament contender's chances in 1901 is safe to assume that might be part of the reasoning. Further in the West, we see Charles attempting to get a early doors sea lion against April, but failing to get Rob on board as Rob doesn't take the support into North Sea and instead gets into Belgium thanks to England and is building 3. So some early doors, good signs for Rob going +3.
Yeah. Sometimes it's really hard to figure out a player's motivations to go after you, and you can't really figure out how to convince them to how to sway them to your side. But sometimes all you need is bribery, and all April needed here is Belgium bribery to prevent that sea lion from happening. So well done to them.
Hey, isn't this just the well-documented, ever-popular Vienna loan? Isn't that what this is?
Yeah,
I think
it looks like it's
a Vienna loan. But I think Rob here played really, really well. I don't want to understate it. Hopefully you can hear my audio now. Because as Doug Moore says, the goal number 1 when playing Germany is to get England and France to fight. Okay, that's goal number 1. Then if you can get 3 builds without having to be in a Western triple, that's pretty good. I really like Rob's play here. Like really, really well done. And also, this is a good lesson for England. It's always darkest before the dawn, but like if you see this move to the channel, just offer Germany Belgium. Like just do that. Maybe that'll work. That was really good by April.
Yeah. There are really two schools of thought about how to respond to a sea lion that you know is coming as England. One of them is to bribe like this, and it kind of depends on the player, right? You can bribe them with Belgium, or you could say bounce Germany out of Holland, or bounce Germany out of Holland to punish them for their insolence. It really all depends on the player, but it seems like April made the right call here, so well done. They are still in this game. As for the builds, we have a Fleet Liverpool for England, purely defensive, I'm sure. Army Paris for France, double armies from Russia, Fleet Smyrna, and double fleets from Italy. So perhaps Vienna was, in fact, a loan. Let's go straight into spring of 02 and see how things pan out. Ed, go ahead. You're muted, Ed.
You're muted, Ed. Sorry.
I thought that's what y'all wanted. Anyways, Fleet Liverpool goes to Irish. That's great. Kind of a, getting into Ruhr, advancing the position. Not bad tactics from France here. It was a Vienna loan. See, it's already back, David. Vienna vacates Tyrolia. Then we see Germany. I think it's interesting going to Baltic and Silesia and putting some pressure on folks, as David would say, because and EG's got to do more things than just fight France, and Germany's got to move away from its center. So I think Rob's is playing great. So is John. I don't really see anything else of huge note.
Greece to Ionian means it wasn't no fleet loan. That is a bouncing the Italians from moving against the Turks. So John has possibly misread this somehow.
Yeah.
Which if I'm going to do that as John, I'd just go ahead and take Venice here, and move my army up and just go full bore. So I was a little surprised to see it done this way.
Let's go ahead into fall, Ed.
So it's an air now. That's what we got. We have an
All
air.
roads lead there.
The East moves to the line. Takes Bulgaria. England takes Sweden, so it's an air versus EG. Call me crazy, but usually the air is going to beat, an EG. Because France is a long way from being dead and defends well.
Charles continuing to put on a solid defense here. I will say, I think I remember being on the stream for this tournament last year and seeing Charles put in a really good defensive performance as Germany. So not surprised to see him holding out here. Let's go ahead into the winter. +1 for England, +2 for Austria, -1 for several other powers. Not too many interesting questions to ask here, I guess. David, what do you think? What do you think England's best build here is if their intention is to just keep pressing against France at this point?
Well, clearly another fleet, I think. I'm looking. I'm not sure it matters that much because either way, you're going to support the English and you're going to move the other fleet out to where the moving unit was. So it actually doesn't matter which fleet. Probably Edinburgh, so I can move that out into the North Sea and move North Sea to English Channel with support Irish. Probably.
Yeah. All right.
I don't know. I think it's going to be hard because of this Skagerrak thing. It's hard to kill that fleet.
Yeah, it's going to be Fleet Liverpool, though, so not too worried about Skagerrak for this exact moment. Russia pulls Sevastopol as well, and Turkey pulls Khan. So if it is an error, which it probably isn't anymore, it's hard to be an error when Russia waives their ability to really have an impact on Turkey. So maybe it's just an AI now. Maybe there'll be some other development. Either way, I'm sure.
Now, John's got the army advantage. He could go after Italy here if he wanted.
Yep, all be revealed in due time. John's definitely holding the cards in the East, that is for sure. Spring of 1903. David.
Not what he does, though. Instead, he self-bounces in Budapest and goes down to Serbia. So not much of anything. Supporting the French unit into Munich. So this is the air basically intervening against the EG by helping the French. The English do not do what I was expecting, though. They are not even moving Irish Sea and didn't bother doing North Sea. I guess they were prioritizing dealing with the Russians, which is not irrational, actually, in this situation. Italy does send a fleet west, as was likely to happen in this situation, because everyone's down there is just sort of holding and supporting in the Mediterranean.
Yeah. Now, with France being supported into Munich here by the air, David, do you think this is going to hold true and Italy's going to try and help defend Mount here? Or is there some kind of bait and switch going on where Italy sneaks into a dot and maybe kicks Munich out?
I think this was intended to be a helpful fleet for the French. And I think that's actually still likely to be what happens in the fall. Mid-Atlantic they're probably just going to hold Mid-Atlantic. That would be my guess.
Alrighty then. Of course, there's still the question of how Portugal is going to get taken as well. That'll be awkward, but into the fall, we'll see if it is solved.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, because England was not coming anyway, and maybe Italy knew that. So because England was repositioning to go north.
It's a loan. Spain is a loan. Like
Yeah, there's a lot of loans here, and I would say defaults on the loans too. Like, wait, I thought you were supposed to pay me back. No. Let's see.
Pay him back. He's supporting Munich.
Still stasis in the east, really. I mean, like complete stasis in the east. Munich, nothing happening there. Really, the only activity is, Iberia, and then the English moving their fleets up to, I guess, get better position on the Russians or something.
Yeah. Well, despite the seemingly agreed Spain loan, France is actually still building. So the Thatcher and Thatcher savings and loans seems to be thriving at the moment in its business. And Italy is also building from Spain, and Russia as well is going to be rebuilding thanks to the Skagerrak PIF. Probably going to be another army. Fleet can't really do much on its own at this point. Yep, Army Moscow, Paris, and Venice. So armies in fashion in general, except for Germany, who decides Belgium is now excess goods. Moving straight along into Spring 04, Darcy.
In Spring 04, we see England pushes up towards St. Petersburg. However, it's just with fleets, so it should be fine. We see Denmark moves in the North Sea, which is curious. Perhaps it's agreed with England, but I would be very concerned if Germany gets a bit desperate as they're losing Belgium and they're putting the air into Munich rather than the air putting him into Munich. So potential for a little bit of concern if I'm April, but if it works out, it should be fine. Further in the west, we see Wills gets Portugal to move up towards Mid-Atlantic Ocean, suggesting that Charles isn't too fussed about the idea of Will taking most of Iberia. And in the east, meanwhile, we see not too much happening outside of some movement towards Romania. However, Lucian is also coming to support hold Romania, so it should be still stalemated in the east for now.
Yep, and it really is Lucian this time, because, of course, this is the very first turn, as I'll remind you, that Lucian took over his own position from Alex Maslow's temporary custody. So this is really a big, bold move for him to make his entrance with. And do you guys like this attack on Munich? It's going to be very reliant on others to hold, but do you think this is going to help him in the long term?
I think it'll be fine. I don't see Germany and France as being that friendly with each other, so I think it should be easy for Lucian to keep it for now, at least.
All right. Now, of course, when Darcy makes a prediction, it usually ages like milk, so let's find out if it happens this time.
And it did.
Boink.
Yeah, it seems like Lucian was not well received by the rest of the board, and Alex was the true ally that John was looking for, not Lucian. As John takes Romania, takes Galicia, lets Munich fall. However, Turkey does get into Bulgaria, so there is no build for John, which could be cause for concern. But, I mean, Will's having a great time takes Marseille here now, has Portugal as long as he has France on side, and seems like they're staying pretty neutral in the East. In the West, we see Munich does fall to Germany rather than gets retaken by France. England takes St. Petersburg. Germany takes Belgium with support from England and takes it from North Sea. So the trust turns out to be worth it, and the EG gets back on the road to success.
Yep. Germany building. Oh, go ahead.
Can I comment on this, Patrick?
Yeah, of course.
I think this is a misplay by John. You're really playing against Rob for the tournament win here. You don't want Rob to do well. And I understand that Alex was putting a lot of pressure on you, but hadn't done anything. You just put Russia into Munich. Like, you're destabilizing Rob. It's looking good for John. You don't need to grow. You just need to make sure Rob is going down. And then now Rob is back on his feet in a big way. I don't like it. It might turn out well for him, but my instinct is he shouldn't have gone for it.
Yeah. Well, Rob does still have some kind of infestation of French armies to deal with, so maybe that'll be enough time down while John deals with Russia, but we shall see in due time. Turkey puts down a fleet con, so that seems pretty pro-John. Army Peel from Rob, Fleet Liverpool from April, and Fleet Rome from Will. So everyone gearing up for their next exploits, and in spring of 1905. Tell us about those exploits, Ed.
Okay, well, we disbanded the Army Ruhr for France, but EG's on like Donkey Kong. April's having a great game. Convoying to Picardy. Guys are advancing all over. That's good. John, I think, decides to call off the attack on Russia to try and stop Rob, but there's a Silesia bounce. East is sort of back in stasis. Fleet goes to Black Sea. So now we'll find out if we're going to put Romania into Sev here. We're going to get John a build. I don't know. And then I think Italy and Burgundy is helpful. I mean, we're obviously working with France. I mean, but this is a bad position for France and Italy here in the West.
Yeah. The main question to answer here in the East seems to be, is Austria actually calling off the attack on Russia, or is he just waiting for those Ottoman reinforcements to position themselves? Fall of 1905. Ed.
Well, the Turk was never a friend. If I'm reading all this correctly, it's just a giant three-way beleaguered garrison in Romania.
The rare
you don't see three-way beleaguered garrisons a lot, but we got it here. And for those watching, it's because 3 different countries have done a power on 2 attack on Romania. So even though Romania moves, it doesn't retreat. Let's see. In the West, April gets Brest. That's important. Germany moves to Silesia. Italy's coming. Is it too little too late with another army down? We'll find out. When do these games end? It seems like they're all going to like 07 or something.
We're into a timed round now. Round 3 is actually, I should have mentioned this before we went in. Round 3 is a blind end time, and it's a pretty broad range. These games are going to be either 3.5 or 6.5 hours long. They don't know within that range. So there's a lot of uncertainty here. But this might explain also why Will is now sharing in the chat that a lot of this turn was spent in draw negotiations, which is weird for such a fluid board, but kind of makes sense in that context of a timed round.
Interesting.
Yeah. Tactics.
Why would John draw when he's behind? John needs to be ahead of Rob.
Yeah.
I don't know, but there was no reason for April to take Brest here. I mean, it was totally defendable. So it's
Paris
interesting.
didn't support it.
Well, and it moved anyway. It was moving to Gascony.
Yeah.
So there was something interesting going on here that I don't quite get.
Yeah. Well, into the winter now. We've got builds for both England and Italy, so they're tied at the top at the moment. So Is Italy too late to save France? Probably. Are they too late to board top? No, they're still in it. Disband for France as well. Everyone else is even. Army London, Army Venice. Nothing objectionable there, I don't think. Because England needs to take Paris. Yeah. Spring of 06, David.
So you build Venice so that you can self-bounce in Tyrolia? I really don't understand that one, unless you're just slow playing it so that you can take Trieste in the fall. But you can do that from Tyrolia. So I don't get it. Because you'd rather be in Marseille here and moving some units into France, seems to me like. So, Will, come on. What is Rob doing? Rob is convoying to Prussia. That Baltic fleet as a convoy machine is really powerful. Convoy to Prussia with support of Silesia. Also getting into Burgundy. English convoying a second army into France for Picardy.
Oh, John.
Oh, no. We have some misordering confessions here.
That's got to be it. Yeah.
Because Bulgaria would have actually
I was looking
worked.
at the west, I hadn't gotten to the east yet, but now I see what the issue is. Yeah.
Oh, dear. They would have gotten in. Yep. So John's tournament hopes might be going up in smoke on the back of one misorder, and that's the slim margins you see in a lot of these situations as we get
absolutely a misorder can definitely mess up your game. There's no question about it.
Yeah, but at least John extrapolated the real cosmic meaning of this incident and went for lunch. So that's something. Anyway, or made plans to go to lunch. We'll see how quickly he actually does. We also see it's interesting that Germany convoys to Prussia here to put pressure on Warsaw, because of course Russia is actively fighting his rival for the tournament right now. So, I mean, what do you guys make of that relationship between what's more valuable, Warsaw and maybe Moscow, or Russia's help in containing Austria at this stage?
Well, he probably wasn't sure that Russia was really helping. You know what I mean? So he probably wasn't absolutely sure. That could have been diplomatically what's going on. Plus, Rob's got to do something. Rob's got to do something to get some more centers.
Yeah.
Is the way he thinks about it.
Okay, Rob's totally in the right here. It's a time game. You got to eat. Rob's got to eat.
Yep.
I don't care.
Turns out
you're not destabilizing the board. Just go eat.
Everyone was eating granola bars because Maslow had them on hand. So shout out to our amazing tournament director for that. And then Will giving some useful context here as well. Apparently, the other board was somewhat determined by this point, based on the timelines and how that worked out. I'm sure we'll see that ourselves as we have a look at the other board after this. But in the meantime, let's soldier on here into the fall of 1906. David.
And Rob's taking Paris, putting Austria into Warsaw.
What? Why is he helping Austria? I'm sorry.
Austria also takes Bulgaria.
This stinks of we know that something.
Yeah, maybe they just know what's
board.
going on. Yeah, maybe they already know what's going on.
Yeah.
Plus, Rob may be suckering him. I mean, who knows? He suckered him to leave Bohemia this way.
Yeah,
So
maybe Ian just took total control.
You could sucker punch him here a little bit, maybe.
Is this about to be a four-way shared 7-center board top?
Wash your mouse out with soap.
It had better not be. This board is still very.
Don't you say that.
This board is still very compelling. Germany building, Austria building. Don't you want to see what they build and what they do with the builds? I'm sure you do. Anyway, Berlin, Vienna, Trieste. Not much choice there, actually. Oh,
yeah.
No orders.
Told you.
Oh my lord.
Yep. And Maslow has informed me via Discord that this game did end via an agreed draw. This was not the time limit.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say there's anything wrong with a four-way shared 7-center top, because at my last tournament, I had a four-way 7-center shared top. So I just think they're in fashion, and I can't wait for every tournament to be filled with four-way.
I'm assuming that we're getting ready to find out when we see the next board that the tournament was maybe over or something. Is what's happening.
Yeah.
I like how Darcy correlates intelligence with things that he did.
Or at least trend. At least something's trendy because he did it. He's trendy because Darcy did it.
My favorite scoring system is where I get to dictate how many points people get by how much I enjoyed the moves.
There is a universe in the multiverse where that is the scoring system, but that is not a good universe.
I'm sure they've done it in Australia.
It is one that's going to implode upon itself.
You know, I'd put more of a lid on the constant needling that you guys do to distract from the actual stream, but then I remember everything you're saying about Darcy is kind of right. So, oh well.
Right. I mean, the truth is the truth. Facts are stubborn things.
There's a recurring theme for the show. There we go. All right. Checking in on the standings and what they look like after that. So this is where the final scores stand for John, Rob, and Will. So John is in position to win the tournament at the moment, but of course that is subject to the whims of the other board. With 17,020 points, that is the bar Ian or Aurora has to clear. And actually, that's in striking distance for quite a few people who could be playing on this next board.
I mean, the issue with figuring out that they agreed to that 7 center shared top is it makes it seem very likely that it's just Ian that wins, because if Aurora was getting the top, right, there'd be enough. There'd be there'd be a chance that if Rob or John got a lone top or something, that they'd be able to overtake Aurora anyway.
Darcy, thanks for spoiling it for the audience, man.
I mean, is it really though?
I know what happens. This is mere speculation.
There could be an immaculate concession, like Solo in 1904 from Peter Cook.
Hey, I saw the original Immaculate Concession in person. It was quite a thing.
100% can't be the only guy who's ever done that forever.
All right, you're no JFK.
All right.
But look, all I want to say is that Rob should not have given up centers. Like, period. I'm sorry, Rob. No way. You did give up that last center. Maybe you're on the podium. Maybe you're not. But it's not show friends. It's show business. Go out there and get dots next time.
Maybe the awards for second and third just aren't that nice looking. He doesn't care about getting one of those. That could happen.
All right.
I don't know.
We'll find out soon enough. Let's
anyway,
quit the speculation.
Yeah. So here is the board draw for the climactic board 3B. In Austria, Sebastian Warden. In England, Daniel Brott. In France, tournament leader going into this round, Ian Rudnick. In Germany, Aurora Adaman. So our contenders are neighbors this time, or neighbors on the same side of the board, rather. In Italy, Peter Cook. In Russia, Andy McLaughlin. And in Turkey, James McDonald. Now, it is important to note, before we get into this game, that Ian and Peter ran alliances for both of the rounds before this, and Ian got his commanding 14 center English top off of concessions from Peter. So, on the one hand, that's great for Ian's chances because he has a friend. But at the same time, Daniel's been here at this tournament. He probably knows that they've worked together. So he probably knows that France won't go and attack Italy. So could that lead to England being more predisposed to go after France?
Can I just say that Brott, he's the worst. Can I just say it that way?
Done. Okay. I want to say just a couple things before you lay it out, which is Ian plays a really good France, but I've played with Aurora. She plays a really good Germany too. I've been in an FG with her. So but it looks like Daniel actually does get to make the pretty important decision as to who might win the tournament as England between two heavyweights. So let's see what happens.
Yep. And let's jump straight into it without further ado. Actually, without a little more ado as we shuffle around the years. Okay, spring of 1901. David, go ahead and start off.
All right. Munich holds, and Aurora does that whole Helgoland thing that they invented down under because things go backwards down there, where you go to Helgoland and you go to Berlin, and then you've got some kind of deal with the fleet. So interesting start there. We have the Italy, Peter Cook doing the Trieste loan. Oh, wait, I'm following it up with an army, so maybe it's not really a loan orders. And then we've got James going the old school. We've got the bouncing Galicia, bouncing Black Sea. But I think the interesting thing is what in tarnation is Aurora doing? We'll see.
This move to Helgoland, just for those who are watching, was invented by Chris Brand, and then Jamal sort of took it over. But I've not seen it work for world champion Brand or world champion Jamal. England doesn't like it, and now Denmark's at risk.
Yeah. Well, Darcy, you've had the most exposure to this out of anyone here, I think. So, what do you make?
Yeah. I mean, I hate it if I'm England, and I almost always convoy into one of Denmark or Holland to punish it. 90% of
let me just say for the record, I hate it as Germany. I hate the order or the opening as Germany as well.
You're risking France getting 3 builds, and that's really good for Ian if he's trying to win the tournament. I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, Ian's trying to win the freaking tournament.
Yeah,
I can also tell you that right now.
Ian's probably feeling a little bit sore after DipCon, so I think the correct remedy for that would be winning the very next tournament that you could possibly win in North America.
Yeah. Well, Darcy would, as he's established his stance, he would bounce Germany out of the dot here. David, does Daniel agree with Darcy?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, he did. He bounced him in Holland. But yes, I think almost every situation, why would you? He does get the 3 build. France does get the 3 builds. Munich also goes to Tyrolia. Aurora's going in a number of directions. Okay, but we're burying the lead. Sebastian, you have let the Italians take Budapest and Trieste. I mean, Peter Cook is a very charming person, but oh my God, Austria is at 2 at the end of 1901. That is brutal. So, Sebastian, I am sorry that you've had to put up with that.
It's a misstep by Peter. He should have taken Tunis. He didn't need to hold off Greece. There's no place to build for Austria.
Well, it all depends. The thing about this, Ed, is that Austria is disbanding now that he's done that bounce. So
Tunis,
it depends, right?
Tunis.
Yeah, do you want the 3rd build, or do you want to get the tempo against Austria?
Tunis, freaking Smunish. Plus, you don't want to take 3 builds, and everybody just freaks out on you.
Yeah. Also, not everyone was smitten by Peter that turn. Germany does go to Tyrolia, but you might be regretting that now that England seems to be hostile. So let's go ahead and go into the winter. 2 builds for Italy, 2 for Russia, 3 for France, and 1 for everyone else. Except, oh wait, that plus for Sebastian is actually a minus. Sorry about that.
That is just painful.
Yep. So Vienna comes off, surprisingly, rather than the fleet. Andy goes for Moscow in a wave. Turkey builds an army. France is double armies and a fleet. I mean, there's a lot to sink your teeth into here. I mean, Ed, what's more interesting to you, the Russian wave or the French not building a 2nd fleet? You can pick the topic here.
The Russian wave is more interesting to me. If your enemy is Germany, Jordan Connors has taught us you can win with a lot more armies as France. You keep England on side. I think that's important. The Russian wave is curious to me. I'm sure David has a theory. I don't like the Army Rome. I'd probably build Army Venice.
That's what I was getting ready to say. What is Army Rome all about? Why are you not building it in Venice? I just don't get it. I mean, I'm sure there's a reason because Peter knows what he's doing, but I just don't see what it is.
Peter felt too mean. He felt too mean about what he did in 01. So now he's decided I will lay it off a little bit. And
that is not it. That is not it. I predict that is not it.
I think he's thinking convoy to Greece or something like that. I think he's going to go to Adriatic, Ionian. I think
Peter wrote 3 builds. Like Peter thought he'd moved into Tunis, but didn't.
That would explain why he builds in Rome instead of Venice, because Rome is before Venice in the alphabet. But you obviously want Venice here for Tyrolia. So that explains that. That might bite him, actually. Sebastian can retake Trieste now if Russia's willing to help. So it looks like we have what's shaping up to be EF in the west, IT in the east. We'll see if those structures stick in 1902. Ed.
I went right to Peter's thing. Yeah, Adriatic, Venice, Ionian makes sense. Turkey gets into Serbia here with Russian help. This is always an alert. When Italy and Austria fight, usually helps set off an RT. Although curious, Warsaw goes to Silesia and not Galicia. Maybe for reasons I don't know yet. Curious that Russia waves a build and goes to St. Pete. I have a quicker way you could have gotten to St. Pete, Russia, if you wanted to do that. Let's see here. And then repositioning from Ian, helping Daniel into Holland. All of that makes sense. We have a very good EF. That's really good for Ian because all Ian really needs to do is be in 5th place and ahead of Aurora, if I read my standings correctly.
Yep. So
or 3rd place. Be in 3rd place. And
3rd place. Yeah, 3rd place.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. So we also have Andy moving north, by the way, so maybe there's some arrangement around Norway there.
Apparently Andy didn't wave. He built in Warsaw and Moscow, forgetting that he already had something in Warsaw.
Oh, yes. Okay, that's a good shout. Yeah. Wait, no, he didn't.
People make mistakes on build orders. I've never.
Oh, he wrote. Yeah, he wrote the builds for Moscow and Warsaw, but Warsaw's occupied. I thought you said he. Yeah, I thought you said he built in Warsaw like it was empty. But anyway, he tried to follow to Ed.
Oh, me again? God, how do I do this every turn?
It's years, man. It's years.
Okay. All right. So Daniel convoys to Norway, which is a center he owns, out of a center that he didn't own, which is Holland, so Ian could get it. Awesome. Ian doesn't move against France or England, just content to make forward progress here, and he does. Peter takes Tunis, but Germany snags Vienna, which is good. Because Germany will get a build here, Aurora will get a build. And
Yes, she will.
why didn't Greece work? Because Albania cut Serbia.
You know, the last time tonight that we saw France just kind of hang around and hang around and hang around, they then pounced, and that game was over.
And who did they pounce on, David?
They pounced on England, which, according to Katie Gray last night, is what one should always do. If you watched the coverage last night.
I'll put that in my memory bank for Katie.
Me too. Oh, yeah. I'm saying it out loud again. I'm saying it out loud again so we can all put it in our memory banks.
Yeah. And we've established that Peter and Ian have an incredible working relationship. The only reason Ian is in contention to win is because Peter gave him that top at his expense. But at the same time, we also know that a stab on England would be very effective here. But then also, these moves from Daniel suggest that he's okay with Ian taking more dots in this EF, and that he's okay helping him win the tournament as long as he gets a good game. So,
I mean, he's getting Sweden. He's going to get St. Pete. I mean, it's so far, it's not. Broad is not the worst alliance partner for France.
Yeah, maybe Ian really will just genuinely do nothing but walk into the dots that Daniel opens up for him. Anyway, we have builds for everyone in the West, including somehow Germany because of Vienna, and Italy and Turkey as well, all at the expense of that poor Austrian. Sorry, Sebastian. So we have a Fleet Naples, Fleet Smyrna, and an Army Munich, Army Eddie. So fleets in the East, armies in the West. I'm going to guess, Army makes sense for an EF. Any other builds that stick out to you guys here?
Fleet Naples is interesting to me because now that might actually deter Ian. Not that Ian wasn't getting a lot of ground already with Daniel, but like Ian's just a step away from a convoy into Liverpool. He may not do that now with that extra fleet down there.
Yeah. And James mentioning the chat, he actually didn't know that Ian and Peter had worked together in the previous 2 rounds. So presumably he was probably petitioning Ian for help and saying, hey, listen, can you maybe help me with Italy? We can be besties and just divide a boot. But that was never going to happen.
I will say, just because you ally in one round doesn't mean you're going to ally in the next round. And neither Peter nor Ian play that way, really. So right. I don't think that's really what it wasn't some kind of grand conspiracy.
But when they have worked together back-to-back rounds, like twice in the same day, that is more of a pattern than usual. So it is a little different. But either way, we're going into
Patrick and I always ally, right, Patrick?
Close enough. Near enough every time. Spring of 1903, Darcy.
All right. So we see the continued, or maybe not the continued. Germany gets into Sweden, moves back into Kiel, potentially responding to the concerning move into Holland by Ian, which according to Aurora was not part of the agreed moveset for last turn. So could be just a little bit concerned about Ian, probably rightfully so. Elsewhere, we see England gets into St. Petersburg, convoys Eddie up into Norway, backfilling it, and an arranged bounce takes place in Western Med. However, Tyrrhenian Sea, a move into Tyrrhenian Sea suggests that Peter's not going to take any chances with Ian's kindness. So,
I don't know, man. Like part of me is like, I'm Peter. You can't be friends with France and Turkey. Just cannot be. And Turkey's not giving you any reason to be Turkey's friend right now. So and Ian doesn't want the pressure from Italy. So maybe Ian can say, look, you get all the space you need to fight Turkey.
Yeah. And by this point, James, go ahead.
James takes Greece here, moves into Aegean, doesn't move Ankara into Con, however, so making sure as to not spook Peter too much with fleets in the Med. And there was an attempt by Andy to get James into Budapest. However, James did not decide to take it.
Yep. So, and with the German army in Galicia, that means Romania might be under more threat than anything else, especially Budapest. So we'll see if
Maybe
that
Italy
develops into
takes
anything.
Vienna here. Maybe Italy takes Vienna.
Could be a trade. Maybe Germany gets run with that. Fall of 03, Darcy.
And then we see Peter decides to not repay James's faith in not taking the support into Budapest by instead taking Serbia himself, and decides not to take Vienna from behind either. James, however, won't be disbanding due to the fact that he still keeps Greece. So we say goodbye definitively to Sebastian. Meanwhile, we also see James gets into Black Sea, and it seems like Aurora will be getting killed here as Daniel takes Denmark, and Ian piffs Ruhr. So it looks very much like Aurora's tournament may be coming to a swift conclusion.
Yeah, she did have that brief resurgence last year with that build, but now it's a rebuild, and it might not be long for this world, unfortunately. But she does build a fleet, so she's not going down without some kind of noise. Fleet Brest as well for France, Fleet Edinburgh for England. So we do get back to that point where France could go in on England and walk into a couple centers, but does he really want to? Seems like no. But we shall see. Moving right along to spring of 04. David.
All right. Let's see what we got here. Ian does pull the trigger and goes to Irish, pulls the trigger and goes to Munich, pulls a trigger and goes to Kiel. So there's a lot of triggers being pulled. England is going into Sweden and all that, but they're losing the back door. Again, we've already seen this once tonight. What is Italy doing? Italy is not going west with Tyrrhenian, so there's no pressure on Russia, on France that direction. Italy is going to Naples for reasons, as they say. Italy does put the Germans into Romania, at least for now, and that's because they're prioritizing fighting the Turks. But Ian just continues to push forward. This must be what the other board was seeing.
I think so. Also, I will just one nitpick. I mean, I think North Atlantic would have been better here. Russ Dennis teaches me, most of the time North Atlantic is better. Irish just looks better on the map, but North Atlantic gives you presence with Norwegian as well, and you still get to walk if you get to walk.
That's totally right. Totally right.
Yeah, it depends on how much control you need over English Channel, but it seems like that won't be a huge concern for Ian, so probably agree there.
Not at this point, no. There's going to be a convoy into Liverpool.
Yeah. David, you mentioned there's a lot of triggers being pulled this turn. Would you say Ian's taking the shotgun approach to growth?
Well, maybe a machine gun approach would be
a Gatling gun.
Gatling gun, which, as we know from this year's Dixicon, was invented in North Carolina, right, Ed? Gatling gun was one of the names of the game.
I do, but David, this is where you say, "Oh dear."
Both of you do assume Ed listens to your history lessons.
Look at this move in Denmark.
Yes, I see it. I see it. Wow. I mean, I don't want to belabor things here, but it looks like Ian's taking control of the board, and it's very clear that that's what's happening. So I don't want to belabor things. That's really the story of this game. And Peter is taking Romania. There's some other things going on, but for the most part, it's Ian's game.
Should have taken Munich, Ian.
I mean, this just
shows... he could have done both. Could have done all those things. Could have taken Munich, not even have to. I know he was worried about Holland, but
it would
have been
a very
offense with the Gatling gun. You can't worry about defense.
You're right about that. Actually, you're totally right.
Yeah,
it would have been a very interesting tournament if the Ian Peter result of last round hadn't been basically a conceded sole top of 14 centers to Ian, and instead it had been a shared top between Peter and Ian, because then we'd be looking at a real race here between the two that could have created a tenser finish to the tournament. But no, this seems very much like Ian is getting revenge for DipCon.
And not even revenge. Ian is just, I know we're all sort of joking around because it's fun, but Ian is a great guy and has been hanging around the edges of winning a tournament for years, coming in second, coming in fourth, coming in fifth, coming in third. So if he ends up winning this tournament, that will be a great culmination for basically a line up of his performance in the last 3 years or so.
He finished fifth at a very stacked Dipcon field just a couple weeks ago. So
indeed,
definitely few more deserving first-time tournament winners right now than Ian Rudnick.
Well, I was double checking to make sure he hadn't won a tournament before, but I'm right. He's come in second, fourth, fifth, third, come in just all around. Actually, he's come in third 2 or 3 times. So just awesome if he ends up winning this tournament.
He's been close, and where better to get your first than at home, of course, because he is a Boston native.
True.
All right, +3 for France, +2 for Italy. So both Ian and Peter, their lines are going up again together at roughly the same pace. Goodness me, we haven't seen that in this tournament, have we? 2 armies and a fleet for Ian, fleet Rome, army Venice for Peter. Lots of disbands in Scandinavia. A couple fleets, a couple armies in that part of the board.
No disband at Livonia, which is like hilarious.
I mean, why not? You can make sure you can survive in St. Pete if all else fails.
I'm with you. I agree. It's a survival move.
Yep. Spring of 1905, Ed.
Okay. Again, I don't know how I do this like every year, but Ian's doing great. Loses Denmark, but couldn't have been held because Ian's so out ahead of his skis. Here, Ian, now we get a move towards Peter. Just what Peter wanted. Just as Peter was about to go, get some traction against Turkey. Here comes Ian. But looking good for Ian. He's got to walk into London. He's got Edinburgh. He can take Munich. I don't know. Good job, Ian.
Yeah, I mean, just honestly, just.
Yep. The French units are going where the French units want to go. Safe to say.
Could have taken Berlin if he wanted. I mean.
Yep. Follow 5.
Oh, back to me. Now he realizes he doesn't need to do anything against Peter. So he backs off and is just engaged in cleanup. London and Edinburgh and Munich. 3's enough for you. Let's give me my 13 and my tournament win. I predict a draw.
Yeah. Peter breaking into Greece as well to further solidify his second place.
There's just no way Peter catches him here. That even if he was going to try, it wasn't going to work.
Winter of 05, +3 again. Same builds as last time. Brest, Paris, Marseille, Fleet, Army. Army St. Pete as well for Russia. Spring of 06, Darcy, anything interesting here?
No, except Andy is having a little bit of a fun end to his tournament, getting into Bulgaria, getting into Sweden, probably gets into Warsaw. So it seems a bit like Andy will have a fun end. Peter might pick up a few more dots, but Ian's won the tournament.
Yeah. Notable that there was a failed draw vote in spring of 06, so someone's pushing for more, or maybe is just waiting until someone dies. Could be either or, based on how this board has gone, but either way, into fall now.
I say that Andy was having a fun time, but then Andy loses Sweden. However, Andy does still get into Warsaw, gets into Con. So not awful, but no, this looks like Peter may be vetoing a draw to get like second or third place or something like that.
Or maybe best Italy, because have we seen a bigger Italy tonight? I can't remember.
Best Italy, or it could just be waiting till the other board draws at the same time, just so that Ian doesn't.
Yep, these are the older boards.
He's looking.
The highest Italy score so far is 5507, and Peter currently sits at over 6,000 already. So he's got it locked up.
Okay.
Even before this year, he did. So I don't think it would be Peter vetoing. Maybe it's Andy so that he can finish killing Turkey. I don't know. Or Ian rather, just pushing for more.
And sometimes people just do it. Speculating about who's vetoing the draw is fun.
Yeah, it's true.
Ultimately pointless because it could just be one of the one center per people. It happens all the time as a GM at tournaments. Happens all the time that the little guys veto it just because they can.
Yep, plenty of
It
people
gives
will
them
do that.
agency. Gives them agency in the game to veto.
It lets them enjoy the chaos and suspicion and confusion that arises from all that.
Yes.
Anyway, +2 for Russia. So good job, Andy, for continuing to find some growth in this game, even as France is consuming everything. Italy and France building as well. And this shall be the end. And I'm told this one did run into the time limit. So it is not an agreed upon draw. Without that, we might have been looking at 17 here, to be honest.
It's not easy to take 14 centers in 6 game years. I mean, it was a dominating performance, but largely because there was just really no coalition to stop him ever. Not really ever.
Yeah. I mean, this is why you don't open to Heligoland.
You attribute this to one move.
I mean, I think
it certainly didn't help.
There are single moves that can swing games, to be fair.
Ian was dominant the entire game. Gets 3 builds in 01, which is partly due to the fact that there was going to be a bounce in Denmark or Holland. And then from there, Ian just used his relationship with Daniel to create a high tempo alliance and dominate their side of the board. And then as Daniel was overcommitted in the north, Ian just takes control of the island and just basically says, good game. Well-deserved tournament win by Ian. If you can convince an ally to give you a 14 center top out of the blue, then I think it shows extremely good diplomatic skill. And this game shows that it was also paired up with extreme strategic and tactical understanding. And I think Ian deserves, as David and Ed have been talking, Ian's deserved a tournament win for a while, and it seems like this is a year of people getting deserved wins. David Miller getting his Dipcom win, Keith getting his.
David deserved it. You think David deserved Dipcom?
Keith getting his DixieCon win, Ian getting his tournament win. It seems like things are finally getting set as they should be in North America.
David Miller certainly deserved to win DipCon more than whoever that dude was that came in second. So I think yeah, I'm on the Miller. It's Miller time for me too.
I'm just tired of every tournament involving those two finishing 1-2 if they show up. Anyway, all right. Congratulations to Ian Rudnick, who is thankfully not named Ed Sullivan or David Miller. So we have some variety for this year. He wins this tournament with 19,933 points. Oh, come on, man. Couldn't get 20,000. Really shameful. Two board tops and a solid survival in round one. To me, this win, more than anything, was all about just having the best worst result, really. Because as dominant as his tops were, like, I think that round one really made a difference because he ended on 5 centers or whatever it was, while Rob and John both had pretty terrible round twos to follow up their tops. So a testament to how every result matters, really, especially in a tournament with no drop rounds. But I'd love to know what you guys think about Ian's performance and the theme of the tournament overall.
Dave, you go first.
Ian, as I've already said, a very deserving winner. And there's some other really good players here that he was able to best. I mean, frankly, we saw really good play from all the players in the top 7 at least. Nick had that good game as Italy. Aurora had a great game. Will had that game as Russia where he played well. Peter has been playing well. He actually played well at DipCon also. I had a game with him and Ian on it in DipCon, and Peter knows what he's doing. So this was pretty good competition, and Ian coming on top is just, as I said, the culmination of him just getting better and better and better, and just going to tournaments, not always getting the result he wants, but hanging around, getting better, improving, making relationships, and this has really paid off in this Boston Massacre.
I'll save it for last. Darcy, if you got anything on this.
No, I mean, I think it's it was a good tournament, stylized by some wild and wacky endings, and I think it epitomizes these smaller tournaments and some of the character that they can have. And it looked like it would have been a fun tournament with a lot of fun personalities. I've met Peter before. Peter's lovely. I've met Aurora before. Aurora's lovely, and the others all seem nice and chill and just looking for a good fun game.
Ian really deserves it. I'm going to say a couple of things about Ian because I probably played with him the most out of everyone here. I remember playing Ian at Carnage, the very first face-to-face post-COVID tournament where he showed up, WDC, and I induced him as a weak Austria to stab Nicolas Sauge. Didn't turn out well for Ian. And that's been a kind of a theme between me and Ian. It usually doesn't turn out very well for Ian. I've seen him, struggle a little bit with, playing and, but constantly improving. If you're looking at the curve is always going up. And he's been in the hunt a ton, including at WDC, another game where I bamboozled him a bit. And he genuinely is a nice, great person that is fun to be around on and off the board. Even when you're like, at one point I stabbed him so bad, like really bad, one of my best stabs ever. And he just started laughing at the absurdity of the whole thing. And he can take it really well and he can give it too. And you've seen him in what he's doing here. And diplomacy is a game where it's not always about the result, but it is always about the struggle in a game, the struggle in a tournament, the struggle to make yourself a better player. And Ian does all of that at an exceptional level. He struggles to improve. And that's really all anyone should be trying to do, is not measuring themselves by victories or, how they did, but by how they're improving overall. And he's arrived with a tournament win, because once you get the first one, it gets a little easier. And I think that he's got that monkey off of his back because he's been hanging on the edges, as David said, for a long time, and deservedly so. But I think this will give him the confidence that he needs to take his next step, and show what he almost showed everybody at WDC, that he is up there and needs to be talked about as a fantastic player. So I really am happy for him.
I'm also excited about DipCon in January. I'll bet you that at least all six of these of the top six here are going to be at DipCon, because it'll, East Coast tournament. You'll have most of the East Coast people there, among lots and lots of other players. So the fact that this is a little bit of a precursor to what we have to look forward to in other East Coast events is also exciting.
Yeah. So what I heard there, Ed, is that you really enjoy inflicting pain upon Ian on all your boards, and you're going to make sure to give him more now?
I don't like it, but it happens frequently, and I feel bad about it, and Ian does not think I feel bad about it at all. He doesn't care about how I feel when he opens himself up for a stab. He should be thinking about me, not himself.
Anyway, congratulations, Ian Rundick. Is really the way we need to leave this particular conversation.
Well, Ian's watching now, so he can judge your words for himself and decide if they're truly heartfelt or not. But either way, we'll go ahead and close out now. Thank you to everybody who stuck around and watched us for a little over 4 hours. It's actually a pretty short stream by our standards, so not too bad. We hope you really enjoyed this. If you were at the tournament, we hope you made your experience even better. If you weren't, then we hope we were able to bring it to you in a way that really helped you feel like you were there. And please check out any future face-to-face tournaments. We shouted it out earlier. Once again, go to diplobn.com/schedule if you want to learn more about upcoming events, and make sure to join the Virtual World Diplomacy Community Discord server. You want to pause the stream to scan that code, and the NADF Discord server to hear about North American face-to-face tournaments. We'd love to have anybody who has discovered the game or discovered us through this channel, and please feel free to check out any of those events. Ed, since I feel like you weren't as involved in the stream because you arrived late, so I'll have you sign us off.
Okay. Stay safe and stab well, even if you're Ian.
Good night, everybody.